Welcome to Adrift in Aldhalor, our weekly actual play D&D show set in our homebrew world of Aradun. Our music is licensed through musicbed.com. Occasionally we use Ambience from Syrinscape, TabletopAudio. Shannon is not feeling well tonight, so unfortunately she won't be joining us. Hopefully she'll be jumping back in next week. But yeah, let's jump into our announcements, if you wouldn't mind, Stefan.
You got it, boss. Hey, everyone. How we doing tonight on this Mundog? Let's get into some partners that make Paradice. First up, we've got Underground Oracle Publishing. They are a best-selling Emmy-nominated TTRPG publisher, building new and exciting settings for the Cypher system of every genre you can imagine. Each setting includes everything you need to explore its unique world, including lore, species, descriptors, foci, creatures, ciphers, artifacts, and all of the rules that you need to play. For as little as $3 a month, you can join their Patreon and help shape each of the worlds that they create. Next up, we've got Eddie Yorke. He's our character artist. You can see all of his art in the little corner with us, depicting our characters. We love them. We love him. He's an illustrator based in the UK who makes art for games and books. To visit his portfolio and get in contact with him, visit eyorke.com. And then we've got 1985 Games. They create affordable, accessible, high-quality accessories for D&D and other tabletop role-playing games. Sean uses their NPC cards. We've loved that. They're great. And if you use the code paradiceprod at checkout, you can get 10% off your entire order. That's all we've got for that. We've got recaps on Discord. We've got some recaps on Discord. We'll get more eventually. We've got our VODs on the YouTube. And we have a bunch of links to our socials. We're on all of them.
Yeah.
So check us out. Join our Discord. It's been slightly more popping than usual, and by slightly more, I mean
like
three
two
or four
three
posts. Yeah. So we're hot to trot, as the kids say.
That's right.
So join us in Paradice.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Stefan. I think it's about time we jump into our recap. We get right into it tonight with our friends here. All right. Last we left off. Iron and Mana, after surviving the long blizzard, and going about their business in Serkanto, head to the Green Grave, one of the camps in Serkanto, specifically where Leon, the captain of the town militia, lives, and tends to act speaks with another member of his sort of pseudo hedge knight order, known as Diadrin, the White Drake. You found Leon cleaning up the graves in the Green Grave after the blizzard, where you saw him tending to what were clearly the gravestones of hedge knights, or hedge paladins, where he was also laying out their tattered cloaks for each of the dead here. But he was quick to greet you and quick to introduce you to Diadrin, who is the Axebeak trainer here. You all then engaged in some training and some connecting, we'll say, bonding with some chosen Axebeaks. We had, of course, Fyrn with the largest Axebeak, gaining the respect of Char, a very, very large Axebeak. Septimus, feeling quite attuned to Scorch, a brave red feathered Axebeak. Saskia got the dopier Axebeak named Hershey, whose eyes can never stare at the same thing and tongue hangs out of its beak, but it is clearly the fastest Axebeak all around town. Jacquette got Cheddar, a white and gray feathered Axebeak that was smart and clever. And Bruce got himself a nice sled for these axe beaks to pull him and Sal around. He was offered a miniature axe beak or a smaller axe beak, but the sled will do. The party spent the afternoon attuning and training their new mounts and learning how to work with them. Remember that those of you who did so do have a banked inspiration roll for your axe beak actions, or any action that involves your axe beak. During this time, Jacquet head off to the revelry camp, where he began performing his bardly ways. And several of the townsfolk were coming up to him and gifting him various goods and treats and wines and other items. Eventually, Fyrn and Saskia would join him there and also receive many gifts of food and items for their journey. All in respect to them essentially saving the town from total destruction during the blizzard by providing blessed warts to the different camps. One of the gifts that you all received were some old-looking healing potions, most likely from family heirlooms. It goes back many a year. You'll find out whether or not health potions expire. While you are in this place, you met with several of the leaders of the camps that you had delivered your blessed wart to. You specifically spoke to Moira, the leader of the Veilguard Tower, an Elysian elf, and asked her questions about not only your journey, but a entity known as Lord Raven. You had seen these strange cultists in the old monastery on the road here that were referencing a Lord Raven in their beleaguered and twisted states. But she did not know anything about this name and said if there was anyone, it would be the hags who would know. Uninterested, though, in speaking to the hags, again, Jacquet moved on. Saskia and Baron had a conversation about pacts and how Baron escaped his pact and what it cost him and what it, the difficulty of it. He offered to help Saskia if she ever wanted in this endeavor, if she was interested in freeing herself from her pact, and gave her some advice. That evening, Septimus prepared his legend lore via his divine intervention, where he specifically was looking into the Ithildagnir, the weapon that Fyrn is in search of, or may be in search of. His brother is certainly in search of. Septimus enjoyed some rather epic visions of the Morsir conflict, specifically the combat between the cults of Bearet and Herfost, two god drakes, and the Elysian army, led by a familiar champion from Campaign 1, General Rodrin. But he witnessed the leader of the cultists, specifically the cultist of Herfost, wielding a hammer that he would quickly learn is the Ithildagnir. He saw this same hammer then bound up in a frozen chamber made up of the corpse of a large dragon and an individual sitting with the hammer at their lap. The next day, Iron and Mana gathered to leave. They set up with their axe beaks, with some additional barding for protection, and they were off. They have some supplies. They also have some gifts from Diadrin to help feed the axe beaks. Baron leads the party through the ice fields and into the cold, rotting forest. With your perceptions and with Lollyrock flying about in the sky, you would see that the forests are definitely not as rotten as the road from Stormbreaker Landing. But Bruce was able to notice that there were large swaths of trees moving, it seemed, at their own pace, not just blowing in the breeze. So it was decided to stick to the road and not wander too far into the forests. Along your journey, you would find that there's plenty of activity in this forest, though. At several moments, the axe beaks stomped through snow-buried zombies that barely stood a chance against their heavy talons. But the largest thing that disturbed the forest was a massive, massive snowy owlbear that began chasing you out of its territory. Thankfully, the axe beaks are extremely fast, and Jacquette and Bruce were taking pot shots and throwing traps out to, of course, weaken this owlbear that gave up the chase. You pushed through a couple hours of the evening to finally rest at a certain point where Bruce was able to create his magical towers, one for the axe beaks and one for you all. Baron has a plan to try to get to a specific ruin on the next evening, because it is a good base camp to begin your ascent up the mountain. During this time that you are resting, you notice will-o-wisps forming in the forest. Although beautiful, certainly undead you don't want to be interacting with, given the nature of this land. But you would receive word from an old friend. Specifically, Septimus hears word from Sigil back in Hyven. It's been a little while since you've had an update about Hyven, and he tells you a few things, but it's not why he called, so to speak. The main thing you learn is that there is a challenger to the Commodore's reign in Hyven. Someone, seemingly a human male, who's going by the title Mr. Greaves. He has the backing of certain leaders in the town, such as Winifred the Harbor Master and Cadmus from the Academy. One person who is a tenuous ally of yours via blackmail, and one who is a enemy to you all in some ways, although he might perceive himself as an ally and friend, given you've worked for him in the past. But he's had verbal spars with Jacquette, particularly on his birthday. But again, this is not what Sigil is calling you about. He's reaching out with the sending spell specifically because he seems to have learned you are going to Samalto via speaking with Lucas, your researcher at the Academy. He has a request to light a set of candles in certain temples within the city. Simple enough, but of course there's a skepticism from Iron and Mana in the ulterior motives that Sigil might have. He was cryptic as ever, but seemed to imply that he is seeking approval from the spirits in an attempt to increase his influence outside of the library that he oversees. He specifically says he no longer wants to hide away in his library, that things are happening in the world that he must attend to. This doesn't necessarily completely satisfy your skepticisms, but Sigil has been nothing but an ally to you all, and hasn't given you a reason yet to distrust him. Even though the keyword is always yet, I would say, because there are plenty of people that you now distrust that you trusted at a different time. But that's where we left off, with the party taking their long rest after Sigil's form disappeared. He seemed to imply that there was some sort of chaos in the world that needed taming, so to speak. But anyway, Iron and Mana, you will successfully get a long rest here. As you wake up a little bit groggy, perhaps, from having kept on your journey late into the evening. It is very cold, even in the... Well, no, because it's temperature control. The towers don't necessarily get cold. But as soon as someone opens the door, which I would say is Baron very early in the morning, who immediately is going out to check on the axe beaks and do some foraging, even if you are a late sleeper, I imagine everyone feels that whoosh, wind of cold come in and sweep through the whole tower, waking the sleeping and stirring those who are slowly waking up, getting themselves out of bed.
It's nice to get an actual good night's rest while out on the road, especially in such a miserable place as this. Septimus will, I guess, maybe help, kind of like, since he is the one getting up earlier, maybe get some breakfast going for the crew. If he sees Baron going out for the axe beaks, he'll be like, okay, he's at that. Take care of, fry up a couple eggs if we have, or whatever other rations we actually have.
You guys actually would have quite a few. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was exactly what Sean was gonna.
You guys,
I mentioned Bruce.
I know we have rations. I don't know what that entailed in the frozen wasteland that we were in, though.
So you would have certain like nicer rations, I would say, than the like hardtack and jerky that you've been eating on the road before getting to Circanto. You actually would have quite a good chunk of fresh food that will last you a couple days before you have to dig into the rations because of all the gifts of the people. So you have bread, you have salt, you have butter, you have some, all the meat you have is like preserved meats. You don't have any like fresh meat. Although at some point, Baron and any of you really could hunt for fresher meat. It's just hard to trust the game here because you'd have to find one, confirm it's not infected with undead creeping rot and creeping undeath, and then also make sure that it's just actually good to eat. Reindeer is the main game in these forests that is most likely to not be tainted by the creeping undeath. If you're brave enough, owlbear is also a game that is in this forest. But as you can see, they seem to grow large. Oh, real bad. Needs all the spices to cover up the truly astronomical gaminess that the owlbear flesh has. It is extremely cold outside. So much so that you would feel some of the effects. You do all have your resistances to cold in your warm weather clothing. So you are not taking any kind of like exposure damage to this cold, but we are in the negative temperature areas. Today's high is probably negative 31 odons.
Oh my.
It is incredibly cold out. And there are pretty fast winds out there with moderate wind force. 13, 15 mile per hour winds going on. So it feels pretty rough out there. Even though you have the resistances to cold, your faces will feel raw by the end of the day, especially from riding on the backs of the axe beaks. Even with scarves and whatnot, it's still going to be a uncomfortable day. Shortly, Baron would come back, wrapping up some rations, and tells you that he's checked on the axe beaks, and they're all quite happy inside their tower stable. He's specifically comes in and says, it's going to be hard to get them out of that tower.
Luckily, I think Bruce can just dismiss it, and they won't have a choice.
Yeah.
I think as far as their morale might be a little hard at first. Having a good night's sleep like this. You go back to the cold.
Yeah, well,
I suppose it will be.
But I'm sure
better if we get an early start and go to stop sooner, so we could make use of the sun. Keeping us warm. What do y'all think?
No. I think definitely agree. The more we have the sunlight, the better we are at navigating through this treacherous terrain. So let's finish up with breakfast and start to get a move up.
Someone better wake up Jacquette. We need to leave very soon if we want to use all the sunlight.
Hey!
What time is it?
Time to go.
10 more minutes.
No.
We
10 minutes of riding is necessary today, Jacquet. Get up. There's some breakfast left for you.
I'm gonna dismiss the tower soon, so you might want to put your new clothes on while it's still warm in here.
You see that as standard, Jacquet doesn't have a shirt on. He's just got trousers, but his boots of the whatever they're called, Winterland, are still on, and like they're just sticking out from the end of the bunk. As he's just gonna mage hand whatever is for breakfast and bring it over. As he starts to rouse himself.
We have a lot to journey today. We have a forest to get through. We're going to start getting into the lower hills soon. The hope is to get to the ruins today so we can rest there and use it as our base camp for ascending the mountain. Like I said last night, the pass we're taking is going to take a bit longer, but it'll be safer. Less undead, less enemies.
I think we all agree that that's a better choice. So we'll go with your gut.
All right, well, saddle up.
Septimus, there's no problem getting his stuff together, ready? Whether or not Jacquet's ready or not. Packs up his Zach speak.
Yeah. Scorch is a little easier to get going in the morning, given his sort of traits of more bravery and persistence. Interestingly enough, Char is the hardest one to get up. Even after the tower goes down, Char is still like wrapped up in a ball. And is like, if you've ever seen those videos of like a husky that refuses to come inside from the cold.
Yeah.
Char, it takes a little while to get Char to finally roll over, shake his feathers, and get on the move.
If I see that while I'm helping Char, I'll kind of put a hand on Scorch, not Char, and be like, "You seem to be quite the leader of this little ragtag. Do good today. Just making sure we all move along safely. Keep everybody in the pack."
You see, Scorch shakes his head, and you can see some feathers kind of flop off as he snaps that axe beak in that chattering way, in approval as he bends down so you can get up on to your saddle. So the day begins rather slowly. Like I said, it's taking a little bit to get the axe beaks going, but they generally start to whip into shape an hour in. They're all trotting quite quickly. What pace would you all like to travel today? If you go fast, you can get to the ruins before it becomes dark. If you go regular speed, you're going to need to take an hour or two into the dark to get to the ruins. If you go slow, of course, you're going to be getting into the ruins pretty late at night.
My vote, it's relaying this to the gang. It's like, based on what Baron said, if we go at this pace, we might be heading to the ruins a little bit into the nightfall. But I think we maintain a pretty average pace, just in the event we come into a sticky situation like we did with the owlbear. We don't know what we could find here. If we hightail it throughout the day, we don't want to tire out our axe beaks, when we might need them.
Hey, am I mistaken that, never mind. Never mind, continue.
I think I think we should try and move at a faster pace. I mean, aren't we taking this route to go slow and safe? We should at least try and make up for our losses from, increasing our speed.
Baron, you've done this enough times. What do you think?
Well, I'm not used to traveling with extra hands, so I would usually go to fast pace to get to this ruin because it's easier to defend, but at the same time, we have magic towers that I don't have when I travel.
Mhm.
I still want to get to the ruin, call it creature comforts. It makes me feel more at ease to be there than to be camping in the woods, even though we're not camping, so to speak.
It's glamping, sure, but there's still an element.
I'm
For
not
a second, you
sure.
feel a little bit of judgment in the eyes of Baron.
I'm not sure the magic tower will be much help if a giant owl bear comes in the night.
But no, it's structurally sound. Do you know how? Have you tried to break the wall of that thing?
I just noticed that, the last time we were at trouble at night, it didn't really hold very well.
No, it did. It did very well. Nothing broke in. Row can slip in here. Yeah, it's not magically protected. But
You all get flashbacks to the zombified limbs reaching through the holes in the front door that one night.
yeah, I already solved that problem. All right, you can see my new door.
Well, I still feel adamant about trying to reserve strength, but if everybody wants to go fast, then I won't oppose.
Yeah, just I feel like we should play it safe rather than. But
I think it's tactically sound to take a bit of risk here.
Very well.
as long as you guys can see.
Fast it is.
Okay, so fast pace imposes disadvantage on your perception and survival checks and your stealth checks. Normal pacing imposes dexterity disadvantage, and then traveling at a slow actually grants advantage on perception and survival now. Just to give you guys because since the benefits and cons of travel are different than it was in the 2014 rulebook.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, so the day kicks off with, like I said, it starts off a little slow, but then once you make this decision, you start to really go for it. As Baron is leading the pace, giving you sort of a rhythm to follow to make sure the axe beaks aren't overworked or getting exhausted, giving them the rest that they need to travel at this fast pace. The air, like I said, is frigid. The fog is getting thicker the closer you are to the mountain. You imagine by the end of this day, you're going to be in conditions a little more similar to Stormbreaker Landing, in the sense that the further and further away you get from Serkanto, the more and more the land begins to feel that desolateness, that more foreboding creeping on death. But as you're traveling early in the day, there's a little bit of light from above as the eclipsed sun peeks through the clouds and the fog. Is there anything particular you want to do while you're traveling?
I mean, nothing particular, aside from just trying to perceive as to the best of my ability, obviously, since we're going fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would just use being.
I don't know as much we
Volley
can
Rock
do
full
if we're
time.
just going real fast.
Well, you can do perception checks. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be able to like comfortably like read a book or anything like that. But
Yeah.
but go ahead and give me perception checks with disadvantage for anyone who wishes to do so.
Sure.
Now, Sean,
Yes.
last time I rolled really well in perceiving the direction in which we're going to.
Damn, the Septimus is gone, brother.
Someone's
It-
excited.
Can we cancel it out with our Axbeak's keen sight?
No, because they're focusing on traveling fast.
Okay.
I didn't wipe the Lollyrock's eyes, so they're really dirty.
There's a lot of debris on them from the last flight.
Thing.
In fact, Lollyrock has a hard time getting back to Bruce.
Oh no.
Would you roll?
A 1.
Oh my lord. A 1?
Yeah, I got the septimitis. Septimitis.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody
septimitis.
has to have the septitis.
Septitis. Thank you.
It is
I'm glad I
not
don't
something
have
that
it
can be completely extinguished.
Clearly
Um,
not.
Mess
Okay,
around.
so
This is
Bruce, you got a 1. Septimus, what'd you get?
Septimus got a 23.
Oh, nice. Did anyone else roll?
I got a 14.
Jacques got a 16.
And then can I get someone to roll me 2d20s and give me the total?
Could we test this out? I'm on a roll here.
Well, don't burn all your luck now.
All right, fine. Go ahead.
We don't even know what it's for.
Then go ahead.
A 10 and 2, like the driver's wheel. Oh, there's the kitty.
All right.
Look at that thing.
You begin running as you're running through the forest along the old road that is slightly overgrown with roots. The cobblestone underneath the snow is displaced, but there is thick layers of padded down snow that you're traveling through. The Axbeaks, of course, are suited to this, and it does not slow them down. But about a couple hours into your travel, you do start to, at first, it's very slight. And it's mostly the 3 of you that feel this, that rolled not a 1. Bruce, you maybe don't feel it as much because you're also on a sled that's kind of like... but the ground begins to shake underneath you all. Maybe it's a earthquake, but you do all feel the ground begin to shake.
I imagine that Jacques kind of is like leaning very close into Cheddar's mane, for lack of a better word. Plumage, thank you. And just like trying to hide behind it, as he's very grumpy. But feeling this, he goes, "Hey, anyone else feel that? Something sets the earth a-tremble."
Sean, did you say I didn't because of the snow, the sled?
Yes, I said you didn't, yeah.
I do feel it too. Is it another owlbear? Kind of looking around shiftily and concerned. See if he sees any trees moving.
I'll say with your 23, you start to kind of try to pinpoint this. And you get the distinct feeling that this feeling of trembling is not coming from something walking across the surface, but is coming from underground.
Oh boy. I think it feels like it's beneath us.
What?
Baron, is there anything that burrows in these lands?
Baron kind of like turns his Axbeak on a swivel, almost like stopping everyone for a moment as he then tries to like feel the ground as well. He actually gets off of his Axbeak to feel with his own feet, and begins to kind of wander around a bit, getting closer to the ground. And he looks back to you, Septimus, as you ask this and says, "There are innumerable creatures in these wilds. Something that burrows, though, I've not encountered. At least not this far from the mountains. In the mountains, you can expect certain things in the caves, in the systems. But if they're coming out this far, it must mean there's a shortage of food in the mountains."
Bruce, can you see anything?
Not at all.
Well,
All right,
well,
are we
that was him on the sled though. Like, can you get off
Yeah.
and like touch the ground yourself to use your tremor sense?
Yeah, hold on. I just gotta get my feet into the ground. It's okay.
Um,
Sean, am I allowed to roll on perception?
yes, you're allowed to do a new perception.
Do I
roll.
have advantage?
Why?
I don't know, because you want to give me it, and I'm
No.
a special little boy, Bruce boy. Okay.
No. You guys are too special. I need to knock you down a few pegs on your specialness.
That's fair. Only because I was told to do so. I'm gonna add a +5 to this, bringing it up to a 24.
Ah, okay. All right, so 24. Bruce, you don't see what it is necessarily, but you see the displacement of Earth being caused by whatever this is. It doesn't actually seem like it's that big. The shaking Earth seems to more so be coming from it displacing Earth, and you all feeling the effects of a shift in the general dynamics. This thing is probably, based on the shifting Earth that you're seeing, it is probably a large creature. But it's not as big as that owlbear back there that was causing tremors just from its footsteps. This thing's tremors are clearly because it is burrowing more so than it is massive.
Should we be worried at all about how far down it is burrowing with us? Like, will it displace or
It could
sinkhole one of our? Okay,
it could sinkhole. You do distinctly notice that as everyone calms their pace for you to get down and test this, it suddenly stops. You see that displacement, and then suddenly, as everything kind of settles, it stops.
Hey, remember our discussion about pacing? I think we should dial it back to going at a normal pace. We'll get there tomorrow. That way we avoid this creature. I think this creature preys upon those on the land that move quickly. So it's not very large, but I think that's what we should do. Looking right at Baron.
Baron kind of looks at you and then looks to the others, and he says, "It's up to you all. I travel at your behest. If this thing seems, through Bruce's surmising, like it will specifically hunt us if we're moving quickly, whatever it is."
Sean, what does the terrain around here look like? Like, is it just like snow fields all the way, or
Yeah.
does it get rocky at points?
You're on a upward trajectory on a old road that was cut through a large pine forest. So there's definitely space between the trees. Like, this is not a thick forest where you'd have to like really like maneuver by going through the trees. There's certainly like clearings. Clearly there are megafauna like the owlbear that probably take down a lot of these trees. So it's sort of a mingling of snowfields and large patches of pine trees. But you're on like sort of an upward trajectory towards the lower hills of the mountain. The closer you get to the mountain, certainly the more rocky it's going to be, and the harder it would be for something, unless it was particularly large, to burrow through the hard rock, or it would take it longer. It wouldn't be able to move quickly. Right now, below you is mostly permafrost, actually, beneath this snow.
Well, this creature, you say it's following us, Bruce?
It's following along with us. It just is attracted to us based on how fast we're moving.
How long has it been since we originally felt the disturbance, Sean?
Oh, not long at all. You guys felt it and then came to this stop, basically.
Why don't we just take it at a slow pace and see how it reacts? If the tremoring doesn't stop, then we pick back up to our original pace. But if it does die down, we let some time pass before we continue to keep back up.
Makes sense to me.
I guess if that's what people say is best, I can go along, but I'm not sure that slowing down is the right move here. I'm assuming we want to outpace it, not let it catch up to us.
Well, it clearly is following us at pace while we're going fast. So I don't
So
We
think.
have no idea
we
what
can
we're dealing
we
with.
can try a different tactic, maybe
Like-
Let's
splitting
take
apart.
it slow for now, and after some time, we'll pick up the pace again. We'll still plan to reach these ruins by night, but we should avoid any needless conflict on the road.
Bruce, you start to see
I think
some movement beneath you.
Hold on. Do I get a roll again?
No,
more
no, you
detail?
can carry.
Oh,
We can
okay.
carry over, unless you want to
Okay.
roll again to try to get more detail,
Um,
or you can keep the was it 23 that you
I'll
had?
I'll keep the 24. Yeah.
24. So Bruce, you this one looks a little weird. It doesn't look like something is like displacing in the way that like you imagine like something moving, burrowing. It's starting to just sort of swirl. Like you're just noticing changes in the earth slowly but surely. More
Is
and
it
more.
over us?
It's underneath you.
Hey, we should get
And more,
moving.
and more.
Let's
more.
We're going.
And more.
Get on the.
Okay, as soon as like I see his reaction of actual concern that something's closing in,
Yeah.
I'll get on
Yeah.
Scorch immediately and be like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Where are my
Sean,
carrots?
Yeah.
as
Bruce.
soon as we all get on our respective mounts, I'd like to cast. I mean, I don't expect it to do much, but I'd like to cast.
Before you do that, I do want everyone to roll a quick initiative roll order.
Ooh.
We'll say this initiative order is going to be pretty deterministic.
Initiative.
20 to 25.
Wop wop.
15 to 19.
I got 16.
16 as well.
Okay. So 16, 10 to 15.
12.
What was what was your Septimus?
11.
Can someone roll for Saskia?
I get it because she's a pirate.
What?
She got a 10.
Okay. He just walked away, but Fyrn is up first in this. Oh, there he is. All right, so basically, as this initiative starts, it starts, I would say, as Septimus is jumping up on Scorch's back and kind of leading the charge away. Bruce is getting ready to do something. So Fyrn's up first, then Bruce, then Baron, then something, then Jacquette, then Septimus, then Sass.
Something.
So,
So
Fyrn, you could just kickstart and start moving.
I think that is what I'm going to do. Let me see here. Do I have anything that might be useful? Not really. Yeah, I'm just gonna kickstart and start moving.
Okay.
I would say a quick burst of speed, but I wouldn't like full dash,
Okay.
considering
know.
that I, don't want to leave everybody else in the dust.
So if you're not going to use the dash action for Char, do you want to use the dodge action for him?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be good.
Just to use the action. Okay. So, you'll be able to move. I believe Char's actually slower than the other ones. I believe it's
like
45.
Yeah.
He's a big chungus, so he moves a little slower. Okay, so Bruce, what do you do on your turn?
I'm going to cast Magnify Gravity underneath in an attempt to slow down whatever the hell it's doing. Because I can't pinpoint it either.
You can't. It is only, and the interesting thing is, Bruce, is that you only even know what's happening because of its environmental effects. You cannot see the creature itself.
Yeah.
What spell are you using again? Magnify Gravity?
Yeah.
Why is it not showing up when I look it up? It's weird.
It's a chrono what the hell is it called?
Chronomancy.
Oh,
it's gravitational.
It's a gravitational one. Okay. Since you're on a point, you can see. So where exactly are you casting it?
Where I think that if I'm seeing some swirling, I'm gonna try to predict where in that general vicinity.
Okay. So the swirling seems to be starting 10 feet beneath the earth, where you're seeing the displacement happening.
Okay, so I would cast it probably 10 feet beneath the earth.
Okay.
In the location that.
All right. Let me see. This would just catch the creature. Con save. The creature got a 24 on its con save.
Okay. So it passes.
Uh,
But
it takes half damage.
It takes 4 damage.
Okay.
Earth
4
damage.
dirt damage. It's resistant to dirt. It's resistant to dirt.
It's probably resistant to dirt damage.
Damn.
Yeah, specifically resistant to dirt damage.
And then, Sean, I'm going to hop on my horse. That is Sal. And say nay. I hop on the sled and
as soon as you say that, Char pulls the sled, and you and Sal go with Char and Fyrn. That's the one thing about the sled is like this isn't like a dog sled situation where you have like reins. It's you basically just have to trust Fyrn and Char for your movement. But the rest of you would start to feel like a rumbling underneath as that magnified gravity is also affecting the dirt there. In a strange way, it's not like a reverse gravity spell where it would literally like send the dirt up into the air, but it is sort of affecting the churning. Bruce, as you and Fyrn begin to move 45 feet away, Baron is also going to just whip ahead. And he actually does use his full movement to dash ahead, just to get a bit of a head start to be able to see what's ahead. He would actually say that to Septimus and say, I'll go ahead, make sure the way's clear. But we definitely need to get out of here quickly. And it's almost as he says that and moves away that you all who haven't gone yet would feel the ground buck a little bit underneath you. As I would need everyone who is still remaining, so Saskia, Septimus, and Jacquette, I need your axe beaks to give me strength saving throws.
You said mine?
Yep. So Scorch, Cheddar, and Hershey need to make strength saving throws.
18.
Okay, Scorch makes the save.
Cheddar got a 13 and Hershey got a 20.
Okay, so Cheddar is actually the only... Cheddar got a 13?
Mm-hmm.
Cheddar's the only one who doesn't pass this save. So Cheddar sort of loses his balance a little bit and kind of his legs... Her. You're right. Her legs buckle.
Please don't misgender my axe speak.
I shall not. Her legs buckle and she kind of falls the equivalent to prone for an axe beak, as the earth beneath all three of you begins to shake and break apart as a sinkhole is appearing.
Ooh.
At the top of all of your turns, we'll need dexterity saving throws to basically get your axe beaks moving across the unsettled ground. Cheddar will have disadvantage. So, Jacquette, you are up.
All right, disadvantage. Dex check. Wait, check or saving throw?
Saving throw.
Oh, 10 plus... Oh, 17. 17.
Okay, meets it beats. So Cheddar is able to avoid basically losing their movement speed. So you have full movement speed for Cheddar.
All right. Since Cheddar is prone, half the movement to get up, and then dash. So I guess that would be 90 feet of movement away. As Jacquette is definitely cursing, and he's like, "Come on, you stupid beast! What's wrong with you? Why did I have to get the worst one?" But he's still gripping very, very tightly to her plumage.
Okay. All right, and she dashes off. Is there anything Jacquette wants to do?
Jacquette will kind of turn around in the saddle, so he's riding whatever that position is called. He just got his crossbow, and he's going to ready his action. I guess we said this last time. So he's going to bonus action steady aim, and then ready his action to shoot at whatever comes out.
Okay, excellent. All right, Septimus, you are up. Make a dexterity saving throw for Scorch.
Okay. Wait, this is different than the strength saving throw?
Yes. Strength saving throw is to prevent yourself from falling prone. This one is to make sure that you have the ability to move.
21.
Okay, Scorch is able to not fall prey to the slowly forming sinkhole and is able to move quickly enough and with full movement speed.
How big is this sinkhole that's like forming? Is it like
this sinkhole is pretty big. It is, I would say, I always forget diameter. It's diameter the
diameter
whole...
is the full length of the circle.
Okay, then the diameter is looking like it's going to be 30 feet.
30 feet. Oh my.
So there's something that definitely like your movement speed can get you out of now that you have it back.
Yeah, I'll jump out to the perimeter of the sinkhole that's forming. And would it be reasonable to hold it action, like an attack action?
Yeah.
Like if it pop, I'm assuming that whatever is coming out of the ground is going to be that size as well. So I want to hold an attack action. But I could
Bruce did say that it seemed like it wasn't massive. If anything, is probably a large creature, which is not going to be as big as that, but would be big enough to notice for sure if you want to stay by the edge and see it when it pops out or whatever it does.
Like I'm saying is like, can I? Yeah, I guess I don't know though. Like you have to be within like 5 feet of it to like hold an action to attack, right? If it's a melee attack.
If it's a melee attack, yeah.
Actually,
I mean,
you know
could
what? I'm Septimus. What am I saying?
Yeah.
I'll go to the edge of it. I'll make sure I'm 5 feet away from the edge.
Okay.
So I don't get trapped in it, and I will hold a. I'll just hold a sacred flame.
Okay. Nice and easy. Okay, and for Saskia, can someone roll a dexterity saving throw for Hershey?
You got it, boss. Oof. Hershey got a 13.
Okay, Hershey is struggling to move across this as the sinkhole is forming. Hershey's movement speed is halved, and the ground is difficult terrain for Hershey.
All right.
But the nice thing is that Hershey has super speed abilities.
Superior sprint. So Hershey will quadruple its movement speed until the end of the turn. So I believe, that means, so movement speed is halved, so 30, but that quadrupled is 120.
Yep.
Plus a dash is 240.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult terrain still sees Hershey. I imagine it's like, it's like a cartoon almost, and then just shoots right out of there.
Yeah, it's almost like Hershey's doing a really bad. Go ahead.
As Sash is like, wait, hold on, I have to cast spells if something comes up.
Yes, as Hershey does some bad tap dancing before, pew, like the Roadrunner goes flying off to get ahead of everyone.
Yeah.
Actually, I think maybe getting up to where our friend Baron would be, since he went right away. Okay, so everyone has avoided falling into the sinkhole, which is very good. For Fyrn and Bruce, are you just going to continue moving, or are you kind of waiting for others? I guess, Bruce, you rely on what Fyrn's going to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could still do stuff. I was actually going to see if I could get the cantrip.
You're only 45 feet away at this point.
I was going to get the cantrip thaumaturgy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to cast it 30 feet away from us and cause tremors in the ground.
Okay.
30 feet away from us for 1 minute.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So I imagine you're doing this on like the left or right side of the road, somewhere away from your path.
Yep. I'm trying to see if,
Excellent.
I would like to do the same exact thing and copy his lead.
Okay. In a similar area?
Yeah, like maybe a little bit further further forward.
Yeah.
Just to make
effect.
make it sound like, maybe there's more than one person over there. Yeah.
Excellent. I love that. I love that plan. Since everyone else is kind of moving onward, Septimus, you are the only one who actually gets a glimpse of the monster as it starts to reveal itself a little bit underneath the collapsing sinkhole. Because now that everyone's moved, Septimus, you're like, I imagine on Scorch, like kind of holding, and Scorch is doing the thing that mounts do where they're kind of like moving, never stop moving.
Yeah.
As you're looking down, you can see the sinkhole now just completely collapses about 20 feet, 25 feet, 30 feet down. As you can see this thing coiling itself in the bottom, moving through the collapsed dirt and snow as if it was mud and water, almost like it's melting the permafrost, it's melting the snow, its body is giving off body heat, intense heat.
I know what this is.
It looks very, very, very strange. You at first think you might know what it is because you've heard of some monsters that move underground. Let's see.
But you're wrong.
But you're wrong. It has sort of this almost a hammerhead shark like head. With these long, it is a hammerhead shark head. I'm just gonna say it's a hammerhead shark head with these beady layers of eyes. It has multiple eyes on either end and along these stalks, but they're all kind of like grayed out and almost calcified over, like this thing might be blind. And it It's long and wriggly, and it has these really spindly legs that are bug-like that come off, but all of it looks like it has, like, skin. It doesn't have, like, the carapace of a regular bug. It has almost, like, a thick hide to it, and it is just seething around in this like a shark. As you can see, several spikes coming off of its back, and it even seems to have these, like, fan-like spindles coming off of its long, elongated neck. It's a Remoras, but one that is slightly different than what you're used to. Maybe even, like, infected with the creeping undeath. You've heard of Remoras as these ambush predators that are underneath the earth, but they're usually bigger than this thing. And this thing looks a lot more like an Underdark creature than anything else. But you can get off your Sacred Flame on it. Is that a Dex saving throw?
It's a Dex save, yeah.
Okay.
17.
Ooh, it got a dirty 20.
Oh, damn.
So you can see the Sacred Flames of Machina seem to only, like, just sort of lick against its hide and disappear entirely as it very quickly stops churning, and you can see it quickly slither into a new burrow hole, heading in the direction of the thaumaturgied tremors from Bruce and Fyrn. In this moment, you think it's distracted, and you all have a chance to flee from the area. So, Jacques,
let's do that.
Septimus, and Sass,
Yeah.
I imagine now are just gonna follow and all fall
if
into
it
formation.
is not following, yes, something like that.
You all can start moving at this point. There is two thaumaturgy tremors happening over there. It's as you're fleeing that whoever's following up in the rear would actually be able to look back and see where Fyrn and Bruce had cast those thaumaturgies. You can see that you start to see tops of trees just collapsing down, as it seems like the creature had created another sinkhole over there, trying to capture what it thought was easy prey above it. And then you keep moving.
Yeah.
And you don't feel tremors anymore. And you think we've outpaced this thing's burrowing speed.
Nice. I think we're out of its territory.
I wouldn't. I don't know yet.
Let's just keep on moving as fast as we can. Try to outpace it. It was a great move there, Bruce. Great move.
Hey, Fyrn helped too.
Two of you. That was quick thinking.
Yeah, we got lucky.
So, do you... Yeah, it's real gross looking. It's not exactly a Remoras, although it has some Remoras features that I added to it. But it is a very ugly, gray, spindly, earthen hammerhead shark.
That's a little rude.
With little claws. Okay, so you keep moving onward as you've gotten out of the range of this thing. You don't feel any more tremors. You are in, I'd say you have a couple hours of traveling at this fast pace without any interruptions as you escaped this creature. The area is starting to get rockier, and you find yourself now moving not in a straight snowy hill upwards, but amongst rocks and cliffs where you Axebeaks need to kind of climb a little bit and move amongst the lower hills. It's where you first experience the way the Axebeaks climb. They have very slow climbing speeds. I forgot to add them to your special stat blocks, but its climbing speed is 20 feet. And they use their very, very strong jaws and strong talons to sort of climb in this awkward, like, bite down on the rock with their beak, pull themselves up to find a footing, and then kind of slowly, almost inchworm their way up any kind of vertical surface. So they do move very slowly when they need to climb up these surfaces. Most of what you're doing here, though, is more so requiring them to do like high jumps and long jumps, and moving amongst rockier portions where the earth is just not flat, so it's just not a smooth surface. But you're getting closer and closer to the upper steeps. You can actually see in the distance when you get to some of the higher hilltops. Those of you who don't require tremor sense can see. Although Lollyrock would be able to see this as well if you were to put Lollyrock up in the sky. Just the tops of this ruin that Baron is talking about. You can see sort of the jagged, steep incline and then flat side of a ruined tower, where most of the tower has collapsed into the ground below. It just looks like a very old ring tower, probably with an old ring wall around it. Very, very simple, very, very old, but a little bit of cover if you weren't camping out in a tower. Although Bruce could easily probably make the exterior of this tower match this tower in some way to make it seem normal. But it looks like you've got at least 4 or 5 more hours of travel to get to it. And it's about midday at this point.
I think we just keep on chugging along.
Keep on keeping on.
Can I get someone else to give me 2 d20s?
Sure.
As you wish it,
Oh,
so
okay.
it shall be.
Thanks.
20.
All right. What's everyone's passive perception?
19.
1,000,000.
Yeah, 19,
16.
Good.
16,
13.
17.
17. Okay.
1738.
It's as you're passing through these hills that Septimus, with your 19, you hear in the distance, probably through some of these cliff sides in maybe a gorge, the sounds of some guttural bickering. Sounds like
Right.
2 guttural voices bickering amongst themselves in a language you don't understand. It's a lot deeper than that sound that Alex just made. Much better. Actually, Septimus, what languages do you speak?
Elvish and Common.
Elvish and Common. Okay, no, you do not understand what they're saying.
Huh?
But basically, it's like
Oh.
a couple dozen yards away. You can almost kind of hear it like it's bouncing off of the walls of these gorges that you're climbing through. Somewhere nearby, 2 creatures are bickering.
Okay. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm going to keep an ear out for it.
Okay. So you can give me an active perception check real quick to see if you can learn anything more as you guys are moving onward.
I guess, yeah, my active perception check would be to discern if the tone of the bickering makes it seem like they're aware to us. I guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like if it's just like, "Bruh, bruh, 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 bruh," and they're like, "Huh?"
You're trying to get tone and trying to get context from the tone of the bickering.
Yeah. Yeah, you know. You said
Or like
roll?
if they suddenly get quiet.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, that's the more realistic perception check I would have
Like
hoped for.
first goes.
Okay, 11.
11?
Yeah.
Okay. It's real hard to discern. There's some tones to it that you maybe can pick up a little bit. But with an 11, it's hard to tell. If in fact with an 11 you kind of start to lose it.
Yeah.
Like you're hearing like sounds bouncing off of something in the distance. I will say what you do notice is that you do seem like your trajectory is going to get you closer to this bickering. You might not walk right through it, might go around it, but it's definitely in your pathway northward.
Right. I'll kind of like raise a hand, like, hold on a moment. As I ask everybody to like stop for a second. I'm trying to keep my voice down. I heard some voices, some sounds of creatures. It sounded like they were like arguing or bickering with one another. They seem to stop. I can't hear them anymore. Last time I heard, we're heading right for them.
Do you want me to scout ahead? See what I can find out?
That might be best, since you are much better at that than any of us.
Well, you know I have my uses after all. So, Sean, Jacquette would like to sneak ahead to get a better look. You described this as a pine forest. Would it be possible to use Jacquette's innate climbing speed to go up a tree and then move through the tree branches?
Yeah, absolutely. The trees are certainly sparser once you've gotten into these hills, but there are still plenty for you to be able to do that. Especially because there's kind of like these little gorges that seem like they used to be like little rivulets. So there's like frozen streams at the base of them, and on top of the hills on either side there are pine trees. So you can definitely get up into these pine trees to try to follow the rivulets towards the direction that Septimus said the noise was coming from. And it seems as though Baron's path that he was leading you along was into one of these gorges to lead upwards. And while you might be able to kind of like move around whatever this noise is, it is in the same gorge he was leading you all through, according to what Septimus could hear.
Oh.
Okay. All right. So you are climbing up into the trees on one of the cliff sides and can stealth over to investigate. So go ahead and give me your stealth check.
Is this dim light that I am in?
If you're amongst the tree, yes, actually, it would be dim light.
Cool. 22.
22. Okay. All right. So you begin to move through the trees. Can you describe what it's like when Jacquette is stealthing through the upper rush of the tree?
Yeah. So he claws come out and he just quickly scampers up a tree in a very animal, bestial way that's removed from his usual demeanor. But he gets amongst the lower branches and then starts to move forward, and you hear him as he like pauses to get his footing. He goes, so much fucking pine. I hate sap. I hate pine trees. As he begins to creep forward, and it looks like someone on like the high rope where like he like very carefully like arms out, and he's gripping his cloak in either hand. And you all realize now, you're like, wait a minute, that cloak really resembles the wings of a bat. But Jacquette just scampers through, and it's, it seems like he's going quicker than he actually is just because of the sureness of his footing.
Yeah. And his voice gets real gravelly. I'm Jacquette. But you start to hear it as you get closer and closer. You start to hear the bickering, and it's really like guttural, and the voices are deep. If I could compare it to anything in pop culture, it would be the way elites sound in Halo. Yeah, exactly.
Warp.
Exactly. You might even hear a quick warp, warp, warp coming from them. But it's definitely multiple voices. And it's not 2, it's not 3, it's maybe 4, 5, 6. They range. Some of them sound a little higher pitched now that you're getting closer. And then you get to like kind of the edge of the tree line where you can look down into the gorge where you hear the voices coming from. And there's a small frozen over pond that was part of these little streams. And you can see the corpse of a huge spider. And I mean huge as in the mechanical size. That's folded over on its back with its legs in the death pose. It's covered in sort of this really thick white fur. And it's got some of its legs broken off, and there's some goo spilling out from wounds on it. And you can see a creature trying to rip it apart and eat it, but is fighting with itself. As you see a huge, huge dire troll. And you can see this thing has 3 heads, but then it has a head sticking out of its chest that is regenerated in a malformed way. It has just a mouth on its shoulder. It has like 6 arms that are grown in weird arrangements. There's like, you can see on one of its forearms, it looks like a little like vestigial hand is growing and is clawing. And it seems as though there are like anywhere from 4 to 6 gibbering maws on this troll that are arguing with itself. Where you can see an arm goes and grabs and rips a leg off the spider and then brings it close to the biggest head's mouth. And then another arm slaps it out of the hand and grabs it and brings it to another maw. As this troll is fighting with itself to devour this giant spider that it killed.
Cool.
But it is a huge giant. And it is just those gibbering maws on it. You do see like there's just like a little mouth by its belly button that is just making the work sound while the other ones are speaking clearly and giant to each other. It's quite grotesque. Its skin is pocked and covered in boils and blemishes. It's all this sickly green and purple color. Like it's almost like it's in perpetual bruising state because it's just so overly regenerated over time. That it's just sort of become this very unfortunate amalgam of troll personalities. It's pretty big though. Like it's taking the 2 of them together is taking up a good portion of this part of the gorge.
All right, yeah. Jacquet's immediately gonna go, nope, not dealing with that. Nope, okay. And head back towards the rest of the group.
And I'll say the one thing you do notice is that the troll has like a dozen pair of eyes on it. It clearly didn't see you, but you could discern pretty easily that this thing probably has a pretty good perception as well because of the amount of eyes on it.
So the party's, I imagine waiting back for Jacquet, and he just all of a sudden drops out of a tree next to Cheddar and goes, well, we've got a dire troll in the path ahead.
All right, well, can we just
So,
circumvent it?
where's it located?
And, Jacquet will point to its general direction and say, it's eating the corpse of some huge spider. It's a little distracted, but the thing has so many eyes and heads that I don't know if we'll all successfully, he says, looking pointedly at Septimus, be able to sneak around it.
Well,
We could just take the long way, right?
To Saskia is like, don't you have some ability? Didn't you have an ability to help us sneak around?
I think it's.
Or is that gone with your patron change?
Baron just sort of like raises a hand and goes, that was my trick, actually.
Oh, it was you.
Yes.
Can you do that again?
Of course. pass without a trace. We can improve your abilities to get by. We can keep to the tree line. Try to take the long way around. These things are notorious for their ability to catch prey, just from their sight alone. But if we are careful enough, and mounts are careful enough as well.
Well, if we don't want to take that risk, perhaps we plan for a fight. We could maybe set up a trap here, wait for it to come to us.
We can outrun it. Come on. Look at these act beaks.
It seems pretty focused on its meal right now. I think we should be okay. As long as we have Baron's magical assistance, we should be fine sneaking around.
Okay.
We're not going to look for a fight, but obviously if we're backed into a corner, then we'll do so. If he says that it's hard, it's pretty easy to evade, hopefully we can try to sneak by as well as we can, and if things go wrong, maybe we can outrun it.
Let's get ready. And you see Baron begins to weave together some shadow and nature magic together to create pass without a trace aura around him to give you all plus 10 to your stealth. So you can give me stealth checks. You need to roll stealth for your axe beaks as well.
Yep.
Oh boy.
And we all get the plus 10.
Everyone gets the plus 10.
Do I still get the disadvantage from my armor if I'm riding an axe beak?
Yes, because it's still going to clang around from your axe beak riding as well.
Does my armor get it? I mean, does my axe beak get disadvantage for me?
No, I'll say
Okay.
no. Because the disadvantage on you is like the stealth you all are doing is you all trying to stay quiet on the backs of the axe beaks. So the disadvantage is already being applied to you, so I'm not going to apply it to the axe beak as well.
Well, that's one with plus 10, right?
Yep.
Oh, my lord. And
Oh.
there it is.
Spoke too soon.
And there it is.
Septimus is coming back.
It's, of course, only for freaking stealthing. God.
We should have set a trap.
Okay, can I get everyone's... What is everyone's stealth check? So, Jacquette?
Jacquette has a 33.
Oh, man, that axe beak has
Cheddar-
no rider.
Cheddar only got a 19.
Oh, okay. Cheddar is the only axe beak that has proficiency in stealth. So, I'm curious what the other one's got. All right.
Cheddar rolled a nat 2, so...
Yeah, I was figured that had to be low for Cheddar. Septimus, what'd you get?
An 11.
And what did Scorch get?
Wait, he gets the plus 10 too?
Yep.
Then he got a 26.
Okay. Fyrn, what'd you get?
I got a 16 with the plus 10.
Okay. Oh, with the plus 10. Okay. And,
Yeah, it was 6 plus 10.
And Char?
And Char got a number. He got a 5 plus 0, so 15.
And then plus 10, yeah, 15. Okay. And Sal and Bruce?
Oh,
Bruce?
Sal.
Bruce got a 32.
Nice. He is hiding in that sled.
Yeah, Bruce is not moving.
Now, Char and Fyrn are making a lot of noise, pulling the sled.
There's no sled attached.
Sleds are pretty quiet.
Sal got a 16.
Sal got a 16. Okay. Baron got a 31 in his axe beak. got a 20. Okay, so many of you do maintain your stealth. Basically Baron and Jacquet, you maintained your stealth, but your Axebeak did not.
What?
Pretty much the only people who are actually properly stealthed, both Axebeak and themselves, is Baron and Bruce. You're technically stealthed as well, even though
You're just
in a
attached
sled.
to the loudest person.
Yes, you are attached to the second loudest person. Actually, funny enough, Septimus, Scorch actually did succeed on his stealth. So it's the kind of thing where he won't be noticed right away, but very quickly he'll be noticed when they notice you.
Sure, of course.
But I imagine as you all are moving along the forest line on the opposite side of this gorge, to keep from the troll, or to try to get through quickly, it's really Fyrn and the sled with Sal on it. That is the first thing the troll notices. As would really actually be anyone looking, like, I imagine those of you who can see well enough are like eyes peeled on the troll as you're all sneaking. And it's actually a face. You see a full face on its back.
Oh no.
That you just start to see foam at the mouth, and the eyes start to like squirm around, as it got this big nose on its back, and it just goes, "Rah! Does anyone speak giant?
No.
Good question, Sean. Because when I first made my character, I had different languages, but those languages didn't come through with the rule changes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I'm using old languages or new languages. The old languages are more thematic, but the new languages include giant.
I mean, what do you mean? What are the new languages?
What's on your character sheet?
Whatever's
Does
on
it
your
say
character sheet is
giant?
what we're gonna go with.
Yeah, it says draconic and giant.
Okay, so we're gonna go with draconic and giant then. So you hear, you can understand this, and this thing is just going, in this sort of cackly, like really hoarse voice, because it doesn't have a perfect like vocal cord system, because it's a face on its back. It's just like, more food, more food. As you can just see, like the main head just like chomping down in a whole spider leg, and then you see like one of the legs starts to turn, and several of the arms start to kind of like twist and move, as many of the heads then twist and move towards the forest line. And then you see one of the arms just smacks the main head, who spits out half the spider leg, and then turns its head, and all the mouths, all like 6 or 7 or 8 of them, you keep noticing more every time you look, start to foam at the mouth aggressively, as you then all hear just the as it turns and begins just sprinting towards the forest line. Let's get an initiative roll.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. It was fun while it lasted.
Oh boy.
Septimus is back.
Septimus is back in full
Yeah,
swing.
I gave it back.
You had 1 week.
Yeah, I know, this is bullshit.
Okay, 20 to 25.
Do you roll for your bird too, or just...
No, the bird
yourself?
goes on your turn.
Okay.
Let me roll for Baron.
Bird.
Baron did not get.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Chirp, chirp. 15 and 19.
17.
Oh, 16. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, someone. 10 to 15. 5 to 9.
Saskia got a 7. Jacquet got a 6.
What'd you get, buddy?
Or
What's your dexterity modifier?
0.
Okay, you're going last. Okay. So Fyrn, you see that this dire troll has completely turned his attention towards you. It is obviously it didn't have any mechanical movement there because its turn didn't come up. But right now you can see that from the forest line, the troll is about 40 feet away from the forest line. So, what would you like to do? Bruce, you're on deck.
I think that for like if I were to like detach the shed or sled,
Yeah.
would that be like object interaction, or would I have to take a full action to do that?
To detach the sled from Char, I would say that that's a full action.
Okay, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm just going to run up and attack the thing.
Okay. Are you going to stay on Char and ride Char into battle?
Yes.
Okay. So the charge begins.
So when you hit,
Actually, a really good question. No, actually, no. Never mind. Go ahead, Fyrn.
I don't get any ferocity things or anything like that, right?
Start of Char's turn. So you roll a d4.
Okay. Rolling. I got a 4. Let's go.
Okay, so 4 plus 1 for the one enemy that Char can see and hear. So Char has 5 ferocity.
Wow. So using the ferocity to do the thing, is that an action?
Yes, because it's under the actions.
Okay.
So your action is the thing that you're spending the ferocity on.
Okay.
For
so
folks at home, we're using MCDM's animal companion rules for our Axebeak mounts. They each have unique Axebeak companion stat blocks.
So I'm going to use his brutal charge ability that costs 5 ferocity points. Allowing him, you said he was 40 feet away. He's going to take his 45 feet movement to run up and attack, and then he does not provoke attacks of opportunity. So I will continue moving afterwards, kind of just like a drive-by attack.
Okay. All right.
And as, I run by, or, the Axebeak runs by, I will take swings as well.
Perfect. All right. So go ahead and give me an attack roll from Char.
Okay. So it's a melee weapon attack plus 3 plus 4. So that's adding 7 to the roll. For a 15 to hit.
15 just hits.
Cool. So that's going to be a d6 plus 4 piercing damage. I rolled a 6, so it's 10 piercing damage.
10 piercing damage.
With a good old axe bite.
All right. So as Char charges by, he goes in for a chomp on this thing's leg. You do find that it seems as though the non-magical damage of Char does not deal as much as you would like. It seems resistant to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Unfortunate, because that's basically my MO. Anyway, I'm going to do my regular swings.
Go for
I
it.
have 3 old attacks, so we're going to do all of them. Can I use my... I'm technically not moving, so can I use my... Oh, wait, I don't have that anymore, do I?
No.
Yeah, I just get heavy bonus, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so first attack.
Bruce, you're on deck, and you are obviously moving with Fyrn.
I got a 10 to hit. I don't think that's gonna hit.
10 does not
Alright.
hit. Sorry.
Next. A 24 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay.
For your
Or-
purposes, Bruce, the sled is pulled 15 feet behind Char.
So what you're saying is I'm gonna get provoked to attack them.
No, because you're moving against your will. Or maybe, who knows? We'll see.
So that's going to be 15 bludgeoning and 8 thunder damage with the first strike.
All right, excellent.
And I'm using the weapon mastery to give him disadvantage on the next attack.
Disadvantage on the next attack. Okay.
So then I have advantage, so I'm going to roll 2d20. I wish a 19 was a crit. It's not. I got a 28
What did you get?
hit, though.
What did you get advantage from?
So I used the weapon mastery that gives me advantage on my next strike.
Oh, I thought you said you used the one that gives him disadvantage. Sorry, I misheard you.
I didn't know there was one that gave him disadvantage.
It's a different weapon mastery. I just misheard you.
Yeah, I got the one that makes me hit them more likely. So it's sap, I think is what it's called. And yeah, so the second one hits. That doesn't seem right. Why did it roll? Oh wait, no, that's right. 18 bludgeoning damage
Mm-hmm.
and 11 thunder damage. And
Okay.
I'm going to action surge, Sean.
Okay. Okay.
And with the action surge, I'm actually going to cast a spell.
Okay.
And I'm going to use blindness, deafness. And he has to make a Constitution saving throw, but he gets disadvantage because I have Eldritch Strikes, which means if I hit him with an attack, he gets disadvantage on saving throws.
Nice. What kind of save is it?
It's a Constitution saving throw, DC probably pretty easy, 13.
13. Okay. So he fails because he got a natural 1 with a disadvantage.
Nice! So now all of his eyeballs are blind.
Okay, so Fyrn, as you do this, I will say something happens as you're sweeping this hammer to crush and kill and smack. And you can see like the first strike you see hits into it and just like crushes one of these vestigial heads. And that was the first attack, and then the second attack hits and it crushes another vestigial head. And you can see as these extra heads are quote unquote dying, you see these wisps come out of the body, and then hit the ground, and you can see rising from the permafrost are these spiritual trolls, ghosts of trolls, for each head that you destroy. So there's now 3 enemies on the field.
No.
You couldn't have told me that after the first strike.
You kept talking. So you have a pretty hurt dire troll and 2 spirit trolls now.
Okay, so after that, I get 5 feet of undodgeable movement.
Yep.
Continuing my bird's movement speed.
Yeah.
But the movement is part of the action, so
Mhm.
I still have a movement action.
That's correct.
So I continue moving to try and get as far away as I can without provoking attacks of opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that with. Well, actually, because it's the movement of your action that doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Your actual movement can provoke opportunity attacks. and these things do have reach, so you would get attacked.
Dang. All of them?
No, not all of them. It would only be the dire troll. It seems the spirit trolls do not have reach, just the dire troll.
I guess I'm gonna have to take that risk. He's blind anyway.
He's blind, so it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, we'll see how it works.
It's gonna go for a claw attack on you. That is a 23.
A 23.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use a reaction to cast shield?
Yeah, you got a reaction.
I don't know if I want to, though. It seems like it might not be that bad. Where the heck is my spells?
How long does the blindness effect last? Is it a save at the end of its turn?
I think it's a save at the end of its turn, yeah.
Okay.
It says, at the end of each of its turn, it repeats the save, ending the spell on itself and a success.
Okay.
But I would assume that it still has disadvantage? Because it's repeating the same save?
What is the language of your disadvantage feature?
I don't know if that's what we should be focusing on, but I will read it to you. War magic. When you hit a creature with an attack using a weapon, that creature has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes against a spell you cast before the end of your next turn.
Yes, but its next saving throw, so it had disadvantage on its next saving throw. Future saving throws, unless another effect happens, are regular.
Okay.
All right. Did you cast shield?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, what does that make your AC?
25.
Okay. So its attack scratches against your magical shield as Bruce goes whirring on the sled 15 feet behind you. So you are able to move 50 feet away from this thing, which would make Bruce 35 feet away from it.
And I imagine, like, I did 2, overhead swings with the giant maul, smashing into him. And then as I am running away, I at the end of my movement, I slam my maul into the ground and kind of drift in the snow a little bit from the weight of the maul hitting the ground, and then I cast my blindness.
Excellent. All right, Bruce, you are up.
Bruce is like, God damn it. And I wanted to wait to use this one, and so Bruce is has Lollyrock sent out. Lollyrock's gonna position himself perfectly within a radius behind where the giant is. The stupid ugly giant, stupid ugly giant. And Lollyrock's his chest is gonna open up, and something's gonna drop like a little top. It's gonna look like a little top. It's gonna float in the air and spin, and little flashes of light are gonna come out, and it's gonna play music, but it's Jaquette from one of his previous performances in a tavern, and I'm casting Hypnotic Pattern.
Okay. All right. So you're dive bombing a little recording device that's gonna play some Jacquet classics.
Yeah, while also
you know
like
about
fletching
me?
some.
What you know about me? I have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute, baby.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
God.
He's singing.
I love it. I was bored
Divorce mom music.
when he decided not to sing. I was like, "Aw."
So I do have to say this is only going to affect the spirit trolls because the dire troll is blind.
What?
Sorry.
God fucking damn it!
I think that's still a good use. Spirit trolls are nothing to spit at.
Okay, what's the saving throw?
18 wisdom.
Okay. 2 spirit trolls. Both fail with very low scores. So they are charmed and incapacitated.
For 1 whole minute.
That's pretty good, actually, because they were just about to fuck you up, basically.
Probably.
Okay, so the 2 spirit trolls are completely incapacitated for the next minute. The dire troll is still is not affected by the hypnotic pattern. Anything else, Bruce?
Go!
I think the funniest part of this, Bruce, is that because you cast this through Lollyrock, in my mind, Bruce is still stealthed. Like hiding in the sled. Like they still wouldn't necessarily see Bruce. They would actually probably come and fuck Sal up before they fuck you up in this situation.
Yeah.
But the blind troll though is like completely kind of at a loss for what to do, unless it gets its sight back. All right, Baron is up next, and he is going to he is not going to have his axe beak attack. He is just using it to keep distance while he fires off 2 arrows at the he'll probably attack. Yeah, he'll attack the dire troll because I'm not going to have the DM NPC undo your incapacitated. Okay, Baron. Natural 20 from Baron. And then his second attack will also
Wow.
hit. So Baron's going to do some damage here. Jeez. Holy shit, Baron. Okay. So in total, Baron is going to deal 35 damage to them with his first attack.
Whoa.
Which is a mixture of
Wait,
radiant
so all of
and
them?
piercing. No, just the dire troll. And his second attack is going to deal less.
That makes sense.
11 damage total.
Just the dire troll.
Yes.
Because the spirits are hypnotized.
Yes. Correct.
We don't want to hit those.
You do
No.
not want to hit those. The dire troll is definitely bloodied, but you do see 2 more spirit trolls pop out of the dire troll's body. That is Baron's turn. He's just going to keep moving, and he's going to definitely kind of just do like a... Unless you guys start to flee, he's just going to be doing kind of a roundabout firing arrows. The enemies are up now. The
Nope.
2 new spirit trolls...
Damn.
Well,
Baron, you
first...
screwed us.
First, the dire troll regenerates. Okay, that's 10 back. Okay. The dire troll can't really see too well, so it's not really in a great state to attack anyone. It is just gonna go to chase backwards towards Sal and Bruce, because that's just kind of the last thing it heard, and go for some disadvantaged attacks. Bruce, I'm gonna say that you have it's not attacking you because it can't see you, it's attacking Sal, but like while you're in the sled, if you're like crouched down in it, you have a little bit of cover. All right, so Sal's gonna get the first attack, which is gonna miss with a natural 1. The disadvantage. Second attack is another natural 1.
Let's go.
Next attack is 15.
Just makes it.
Just makes it. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do the attack damage afterwards. Fourth attack.
My.
is a 21. That will hit, but avoided a nat 20. And its 5th attack and last attack is a 19. So 3 attacks are going to hit Sal from this
How many
guy.
attacks was that?
It has 5 attacks
Oh my Lord.
because it has a shit ton of arms.
Sean, I also just realized that I could have possibly pushed it 5 feet, which would have prevented the attack of opportunity, but I don't know how big it is.
It's huge.
Okay.
Okay, first attack on Sal is going to be 17 slashing damage.
Stinky.
Oh my.
Second attack on Sal is going to be the same, 17 slashing. And last attack that hit on Sal is going to be 15 slashing.
17, 34, and then 15. 49 damage.
Yep.
Oh boy. Okay.
And then the 2 spirit trolls actually do not have enough movement to get up to Sal to attack. So they are actually going to dash to get ahead to be up on you, Fyrn. So the 2 spirit trolls are now on either side of you, Fyrn, because they have enough movement speed with their dash to get up to you.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 2 incapacitated spirit trolls, 1 dire troll on Sal, and 2 spirit trolls on Fyrn. Saskia's up, and then Jacquette.
All right,
And then
Saskia's
Septimus.
gonna say something like, I don't know, this is new magic to me. Let's see if the powers of Ro are any good. And she's gonna cast Scorching Ray on the dire troll. So that is 6 rays.
Okay.
Each one is a ranged attack. So gonna make 6 attacks here. Just
for it.
like using what's it called?
Double Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, one is a nat 20.
They're all at advantage.
Shit.
I will say,
Oh,
remember
that's
everybody,
right.
that if you have your axe beak do anything, you have to use your bonus action to command them to do it.
Okay, so having them attack with the axe beaks a bonus action for yourself.
Correct.
Okay.
Because you have to have a bonus action to give them. You use your bonus action to give them the verbal command to attack.
Got it.
So they have to be
Good
able to.
reason why I didn't use Grounded Strike last turn.
Exactly. I was just thinking that exact thing.
And this is the last one at advantage. Oof. All right. So, first roll is 14 plus 9, 23. Then is the nat 20 for 29. Another
those hit.
23.
Hits.
Then a 17.
Hits.
And then an 11.
11 misses. So 5 out of 6 hit.
All right. 5 out of 6. So that's going to be 10 d6 fire damage.
Oof.
31 fire damage.
31 fire damage. And that's with the natural 20 max dice.
Oh, no, plus 12.
Okay, so
43.
43. All right, love it. This dire troll begins to burn up. And you can see the faces that get destroyed by this fire damage do not peel off spirit trolls because they are burning up with the fire that is preventing the regeneration that allows them to create spirit trolls. So it seems as though fire damage prevents the spirit troll adds and prevents the regeneration within the dire troll.
Nice.
I forgot to roll the dire troll's blindness.
So he failed.
He did actually fail, so that doesn't affect any of the adjudication there, because I know those were all advantaged because of the blindness. So, excellent. It's still blind. You just dealt a shit ton of damage to it, 43 fire damage. It is not regaining health and is not peeling off spirit trolls for this until its next turn.
All right. Saskia is then going to...
roll a d4.
Roll a d4. 3.
Okay. Hershey has 8 for Frosty.
Whoa.
All right. Hershey on his turn, will move up to be within 30 feet of the dire troll and the 2 spirit trolls that have moved up to Fyrn, but not within 30 feet of the other 2.
Of the incapacitated ones. Yeah. You should be able to do that with your all of the movement speed necessary. Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Okay. And then Sass with her bonus action will be like, Hershey, you gotta do something. And Hershey will use his deranged cackle for 8 ferocity. Each enemy within 30 feet of the axe beak who can hear them must succeed on a DC 10 plus PB. So 14 wisdom saving throw or take 44 psychic damage and be frightened of the axe beak until the start of the axe beak's next turn.
So you hear this deranged cackling squawk come out of this. That's exactly what it sounds like. It's exactly what it sounds like. Wisdom saves, you said?
Aye, Captain.
All right, I'm going to do the dire troll first.
We're just putting all sorts of sensory torture on this thing.
The dire troll rolled an 8, so it fails. The spirit trolls will do the 2 that are caught in this. First one gets a 13, so it fails. Second, it didn't actually get even less than a 13. Got a, it failed. All of them failed.
Cool. Well, it's only 44, but that's 6 psychic damage, and they are all frightened of the axe beak until the start of the axe beak's next turn. So Saskia's next turn.
Okay. Excellent. You notice that the psychic damage is disrupting the spiritual essence of the spirit trolls, and it seems to be preventing them from regenerating. Fire is not what prevents their regeneration. Psychic damage seems to do that.
Damn, she's got all the advantages.
Yeah, she's anti-troll now.
She's anti-troll, yeah, exactly. Okay, that was Saskia's turn, so Jacquette, you are up. Septimus, you're on deck.
All right. Jacquette is going to bonus action. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't need to do that because of Fyrn's blindness. So let's make a crossbow attack against. Actually, Jacquette is going to use one of his poisons that he made with his poisoner feet.
Oh, real quick, roll a d4 for Cheddar.
Oh, yes. Grazie. 2.
Okay, Cheddar is 7 for us.
7. All right, so Jacques is going to bonus action apply the poison and then make an attack against the dire troll.
Excellent.
24 to hit.
24 will hit.
All right, so I'm going to need a DC 16 con save.
Con save, you said?
Yes, please. Thank you.
They got a 8.
All right, so they are poisoned until the end of my next turn.
Was this your blessed wart poison?
No, this was just normal poison.
Okay.
Poison.
Okay. It does not seem to take hold as the dire troll is immune to poisons.
Oh, that makes sense. So
Actually, you see one
total...
of the heads on its back pukes out the poison.
Oh, okay, that's fun. And by fun, I mean fuck it. So that's going to be 27 magical piercing damage and 13 poison damage.
Okay.
Hopefully, it's not.
Interestingly enough,
resistant to
it is not resistant to
Oh!
poison. It just
Okay.
can't be poisoned. It can take poison damage though.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
'cause
40 damage in total.
that's actually kind of crazy. So
I'm
how
not
40 total you said?
Yes.
Okay, Okay, the troll. How do you want to kill this thing?
Jacquet, yeah, just riding on the back of Cheddar. I imagine Cheddar's like running up parallel with the rest of the party, and Jacquet kind of like hoists himself up, and he's like, "Stop moving so much!" As he smears a little poison on the bolt tip, takes a moment, and just fires, and the troll's like 3 heads line up perfectly, so it goes right through. And then there's that moment where the mouth on the back just spits out the poison.
Yeah.
But it's too late. The damage has already been done. Is like reaching up to swing at Fyrn and just collapses.
Okay.
Dead.
Excellent.
Like a dead thing.
Love it. All right, so there's still 2 spirit trolls out there.
Yep. And Jacquet with Cheddar is just running up, trying to keep pace with the rest of the group, but is like slightly a distance away from them.
Okay. The fire damage still prevents it from spawning another spirit troll, because it doesn't get that feature back until its next turn, because of the fire. All right, then that means there's only 2 spirit trolls. Well, 2 incapacitated and 2 that are there. Septimus, you're up. Oh, roll a d4, Septimus.
D4.
Mm-hmm.
4.
Okay. Scorch has 8 ferocity.
Oh my. Well. I don't want him to get mad.
Oh, the spirits
with the clawing frenzy,
Mm-hmm.
with the amount of creatures it attacks. That's not the amount of attacks it gets. It has to be that many individual creatures, right?
Let me pull up Scorch real quick. The X-Beak makes a signature bite or attack against PB creatures of their choice within 5 feet of them. So you can attack up to 4 creatures with the claw.
4 different creatures. It's
4
not
different
like,
creatures.
Okay.
No, I would say you could. I'd say you can make those all on 1 creature, if you want to.
Or 2 and 2.
2 and 2. Yeah, I would say you could definitely have the ability to split it up.
All right. Then I will charge into the 2 that are not incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
And as a bonus action, I will have my Scourge do Clawing Frenzy.
All right, excellent. Go for it. You could do 2 and 2.
All right, so it's a beak attack is signature attack, melee attack. Yeah, it's gonna go bite. Melee +3, +7 then. 1d6. Okay. So +7. First one is 21.
That'll hit.
Second one is a 19.
19. That will also hit.
All right, and then on the other one, a 18.
Hits.
And the last one on that one is a 24.
All hit.
Yeah, get him, Scorch.
Yeah,
This
Scorch
comes in
just
and just starts
charging
just
in.
fucking just like mouth ajar, just like going at these two shade things.
Absolutely.
1d6 for each one. So first one, I could have rolled 2 there, but I don't know why I didn't. 2. Oh boy, 5 piercing damage on the first one. And then the second one is going to be 8 piercing damage.
Okay.
Oh wait, plus.
Yeah,
oh,
plus
I
the
forgot to
proficiency
add
bonus.
Proficiency bonus. So then it'd be plus
8.
an addition 8 to each one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
So he loses all his ferocity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want him to get crazy.
Yeah, no, he's not gonna bite you.
And you know what? Just because I'm feeling mighty on this mount,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for just a hammer attack.
Ooh, go for it.
On just, I guess the first one.
I will say it does look as though the non-magical attacks do meet some
I don't
resistance.
care. I'm amped up.
Okay.
I need to feel this. Oh, should have stuck with magic.
Yeah, what'd you
Critical
get?
miss. I got a 1.
Critical miss. Just after Scorch does
It was
this
like- it was
cool
like
frenzy.
Scorch. I was so inspired by Scorch. I was like, I got this.
you just hit the right spot in the spirit troll for it to just go right through it. Also, do remember, everybody, if you're on your mount, opportunity attacks do have disadvantage against you with the move as one feature.
With the move is one feature.
Yep. It's in your features, yeah.
Okay, yes. How much movement did it take for me to get?
It would have taken all
Up
your
to the-
movement.
Okay.
So you're saying I didn't have to cast shield?
That attack was already disadvantaged from the blindness.
Right.
So
Alright,
you did. Either way, you had to cast shield.
My turn.
Okay, excellent. All right, back to the top. Fyrn, you are up. You are flanked by 2 of these spirit trolls. Septimus and Scorch just ran up and right behind you now, attacking them as well. You've got your boy. Sal. Sal can go as well.
He's kind of riding on a.
Yeah, he's kind of not in a position to fight necessarily, but
Yeah.
okay.
He's in a position to get hit.
You should have. You should have maybe molded that gun to Sal instead of you.
Probably.
All right, Fyrn, you're up.
Yes.
You're on deck.
I'm gonna roll for my bird. What is it? A D4?
D4, yes.
Come on, Char. I got a 2.
So
What does that
that's-
make?
You add 6 ferocity.
6 ferocity. Very good.
What did you have? Because you spent your ferocity in the last one, I think.
I had 5, so I burned all of it.
Okay, cool. Then you're at 6 ferocity now.
Correct. And I'm going to use the same ability again, probably. Because I like moving without provoking opportunity attacks. Although they already have disadvantage, which is kind of cool. Maybe I'll use something else. Yeah, let's go with the violent attack, which is going to add some extra damage on Char's attack roll.
Okay, excellent. Do you want to attack the left or the right troll?
Which one hasn't been hit yet?
They've both been hit.
Okay, I'm gonna go with left then.
Okay. All right, go for the attack.
Are they both within 5 feet of me?
Yes.
Okay. So first off is gonna be the bird. Melee weapon attack. It's a 7. So that's gonna be a 22 to hit.
22 to hit.
Yep.
That'll definitely hit.
For 4 plus so it's gonna be 9 damage total, 4 of that is slashing, and 9 of it is piercing.
Okay. Excellent.
And then
Same thing. It looks as though it meets a little bit of resistance.
that's okay. Now it's my turn.
Yep.
First roll is an 18 to hit. That's going to be 27 to hit, actually.
27 definitely hits.
Okay, first roll.
This is our second round.
So it's going to be 16 bludgeoning and 10 thunder damage for the first attack.
Say those totals again.
That's 16 bludgeoning, 10 thunder damage.
Okay. All right.
Using the weapon mastery to give him disadvantage on the second strike.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get advantage on the next strike. 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
Great. So I'm gonna use my feature that lets me re-roll one attack on this attack, because I don't like those damage numbers. Alright, so it's a 16 bludgeoning and 12 thunder.
Okay.
And I give it disadvantage again.
Disadvantage on its next attack.
Well, no, it's my advantage on the next attack. Sorry, I keep saying disadvantage, but I don't mean disadvantage.
Okay.
So this is the third strike.
Excellent.
Nat 20. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
So that's gonna be 46, which is 24 plus 9 is 32 damage.
2.
That's 32 bludgeoning, and it also has thunder damage, so that's going to be 12 thunder damage. That's the
Okay.
crit damage, and now we're just regular rolling.
Okay.
Oops. It ignore that roll because it did the advantage,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
crit
that's no
thing.
problem.
So another 14 bludgeoning, and another 10 thunder.
How do you want to kill this thing?
I basically start my char gets into like a feeding frenzy and just goes off on this thing, like basically does a pouncing strike, and I swing down and smash it once, and he immediately from that turning maneuver that he felt from the last strike, he's getting used to the weight on the side of his mount, so he leans into the weight of my maul and starts doing this pattern of like basically circling around the monster as I continue to swing and wail, and eventually I crack one of its ribs, and it just like the first part of like the top part of it spiritually like just dissipates into air, into mist, and there's just like the leftover spirit goozing ectoplasm out of its like half open torso.
Yeah, there's absolutely a pool of ectoplasm around this this dead spirit troll. Excellent. Anything else?
That's a good question. I killed a guy, so I get an extra attack, right?
But you used your bonus action already to command Char.
I don't think I need a bonus action.
You do
for
need
that,
a bonus
do I?
action for that. Yes.
Hmm.
I only know that because I also play a character with Great Weapon Master.
Cool. But I got a crit.
And equally get frustrated because I use my bonus action on lots of other things.
But I got a crit, so that's supposed to give me an extra attack too.
with the bonus action.
Yeah, I guess that is the case. You can make one extra attack with the same weapon as a bonus action. Dang! Man, why do I even need a bird?
The bird can always take the dodge action as its default.
Oh,
But,
so if it takes the dodge action, I don't use a bonus action for that?
Correct. If dodge, disengage, and dash as actions do not require you to take a bonus action.
But then it stacks its ferocity, right?
Correct. That's the downside to not
trade-off.
engaging. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's it for me.
All right. Bruce, you're up.
I'm gonna.
I imagine you're like the gladiator who's like in the chariot as the horse is running around.
Yeah. I mean, I think Bruce is just gonna cast Sanctuary. I mean, I'm not gonna do much. Can't really
Does
do
that
much.
work?
Is
Sled Sanctuary.
No, it'll work.
Yeah. And then I'll take the dodge action on top of that. So.
Ooh, he's getting fancy. Okay.
And then I'm done my turn.
All right. Baron is up, and he's gonna take his attacks on the spirit. One of those is going to miss. The other one is going to hit. So he is going to deal. Oh, you know what? I forgot to add some damage to his rolls last time. All right, 4, 8, 2, 9 plus 6. 15 damage he deals as he fires off 2 more blessed ward arrows.
Work.
All right, it is the troll's turn. So we would see. Oh, okay, excellent. So the ectoplasm next to Fyrn stays ectoplasm and does not regenerate because of the psychic damage from Hershey on the last turn. The dire troll starts to bubble, and slowly you can see those heads that had the bolts fire through start to because it's a dire troll, it's overly regenerated, so like they start to regenerate the heads, but they kind of like fuse together into one big triple head. As it does starts to pull itself up, because fire damage only halves its regeneration, and it does get to regenerate back. It seems it needs more of a final hit before it goes down completely.
Oh no.
So the spirit troll is going to attack Fyrn.
Okay.
One second, I need to. No, because it wasn't Sass who killed it. All right, Fyrn, first attack from the Spirit Troll is going to be its bite attack.
The fire wouldn't. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, fire doesn't completely destroy a dire troll's regeneration. It only halves its regeneration.
Okay.
It has to do with another function to actually make sure it goes down. Sorry, that was a 14 to hit on the bite attack.
That's a miss.
And then 2 claw attacks. The first one is a 23.
I'm gonna let that hit.
Okay. And the second one is also a 23.
Okay. I'm going to use my reaction to cast Hellish Rebuke.
Oh, excellent. Okay, on the spirit troll.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Alright.
is it like an area of effect sort of thing? No,
Hellish
right?
Rebuke is a target.
Okay, yeah. Then I guess I have to do it on the spiritual, right?
Yes. I don't know why I said that. So that is 12 plus 3. So Fyrn, it's going to be 38 psychic damage to you on the 2 claw attacks.
Okay. Please have him make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Yep.
You said 38, right?
38 psychic damage. Yeah.
Oh, Sean, the spirit troll is at disadvantage on all its attacks
Okay, I will reroll
because
those.
it's frightened of Hershey still.
Thank you for reminding me.
Sorry.
That's okay. The first one still hits. Second one still hits as well.
Okay, so I'm just gonna take the 38.
Okay.
And that's 9 fire damage unless it makes a dexterity saving throw.
It did not
DC.
make it save, so it'll
Okay.
take the damage.
9 fire.
9 fire. Okay. Okay. That is the spirit troll's turn. The dire troll is still there, and is gonna come chasing after y'all. It is going to specifically run up to attack Septimus. I know he's not here, but
It has disadvantage as well
that
because
actually it can't do that. Actually,
Does it use half its movement to stand up?
No, that
Well,
too,
it
but also because it
can't
can't
move
move
closer
closer
to
to Hershey. So the dire troll is actually in a situation where it can't attack anybody.
Nice.
Perfect.
And is actually cowering on its turn. So no 5 attacks on Mike.
Thank you.
I'm imagining there's like a little tiny troll growing out of like the hole or whatever where
Yeah.
it got killed. It's like
I
the
like
little.
I like to imagine that like most of the body is limp. There's just like it's most of the body is limp, but it has enough strength to like control it a little bit enough with its 5 health that it has. Okay, they do not get to do much with 2 incapacitated, 1 dead, and 1 only hit you twice, and 1 is too afraid to chase after you. So Saskia, you're up. Jacques on deck.
All right, the spirit troll. Is there anything that gives everyone advantage against it this time or no?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no.
All right, so Saskia. All right, Saskia's gonna keep moving, and she's gonna move ahead of the group, being like, "Come on, guys, we should really leave. Like, this is not worth our time. These things keep coming back." And
Sean-
then she's going to.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but you gotta roll the roll for the blindness. If that
it
thing's
died
not
and
dead.
came back. It doesn't have the blindness anymore.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Oh. And Hershey gets 4 plus. How many enemies? 4?
Right now there are 4. Yes, 4.
All right, so back up 8. Oh. All right, Hershey's gonna run up to be between the spirit troll and dire troll and the rest of the party.
Excellent.
Bonus action to use his crazy ass cry,
Squawk.
deranged cackle.
Okay.
So DC 14 wisdom saves from the dire troll and the spirit troll.
Okay, dire troll fails and spirit troll fails.
Perfect. So they are both frightened and are going to take 8 psychic damage.
Excellent.
Uh,
The dire troll you see collapses back into a puddle of flesh, and the psychic damage ripples through the spirit troll.
all right, and then Saskia is going to. Is there a way that she can position herself to have a 15-foot cone from her to both trolls?
No, because the spirit troll is actually way further back than the. Or, I'm sorry, the dire troll is actually a lot further back than the spirit troll because of it's been frightened since its original place.
That's fine. Then we're just gonna cast Scorching Ray again. We're gonna go 2 on the dire troll's puddle, and 4 against the spirit troll. So the 2 against the dire troll, one is a 21 and the other is a 12.
21 hits.
All right, so that's gonna be 7 fire damage.
It does not quite enough to burn up the puddle.
Yeah, I know. So then the other 4 is gonna be a 17.
Okay.
18. Nat 1 and 26.
3 hit.
So 66 fire on the spirit troll. That's 23 fire damage on the spirit troll.
Okay. It appears to have some resistance to the fire.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. All right. No, it's fine. And so just to clarify, Saskia is with Hershey has moved up as far as possible with that 50 or 60 movement speed.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Jacquette, you're up with Septimus on deck.
All right. Let's see. Does Cheddar go berserk? 1 plus. Does the dire troll technically count?
Not while it's in the puddle form.
All right. So I'm still up at 11.
Okay. So give me a animal handling check to prevent Cheddar from going into a rampage.
17.
Cheddar does not go into a rampage.
Cool.
Yeah, because it's
5 plus 11,
DC,
so
yeah.
16. All right. Then
reread my own rules. Well, MCDM's rules. Yeah, sorry, I've mixed up what the actual DC is. So I'm glad you clarified, and it was still a success.
No worries. All right. So Cheddar is going to. I've got 60 feet of movement. You tell me if this is possible. From Jacquette's position, slightly aside of the rest of the party, could he move up to where the dire troll is to do an action? Need to be 5 feet or I guess technically I can be within 20 feet of it, and then move up to be engaged with the spirit troll.
So say this again. So you're gonna have Cheddar's gonna move up.
Cheddar's going to move to the dire troll and then move to the spirit troll. Is that possible with 60 feet?
60, oh yeah, with 60 feet you can do that. Yeah.
All right, cool. So Cheddar is going to move up to the dire troll. Jacquette is going to then take out his vial of acid and dump it on the troll. So does it need to make a dex saving throw?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say it automatically fails because it's an oozing corpse. So go ahead and roll the damage.
All right, let's see. Please, 7 acid damage. So, I mean, statistically, it was unlikely to do the threshold. But
I know.
That's the best I had. And then Cheddar will move up to the spirit troll. Using its Storm of Talons ability.
Nice.
I need it to make a DC 14 dex saving throw.
Dexterity. Alright, roll that. It gets a with that it is an 18.
Alright, so it's still gonna take half damage.
Okay.
So it's gonna be 7 non-magical slashing damage.
Okay.
And Jacquette is going to look up at the spirit troll and be like, "Oh, shit." And that's the end of his turn.
Okay. All right. Septimus, you're up.
So
we have
we kind of
we
just
ha-
running away at this point.
I mean, Sass is really the only one running away right now. Everyone is somewhat engaged with the spirit troll right now, other than I guess Bruce and Sal on the sled. So you guys have kind of slowed down at this point in your current position, with 2 incapacitated behind you and 1 spirit troll left, and the pile of ooze of the dire troll, which seems to be regenerating.
And Jaquette tried using fire on it, and nothing happened.
It did affect it. The fire and acid did affect it, but it didn't seem like enough fire or acid damage to cease the regeneration.
Like, okay.
Like there might be a damage threshold that you need to meet to end the thing.
See. Okay. Wall of fire.
Okay. All right. Wall of fire.
On the puddle.
Okay, go ahead and roll the fire
Will
damage.
that do enough?
Go ahead and roll the fire damage because it's not able to move, so it's going to take the damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
a little ring around it, barbecue it.
Around it. Yeah, exactly. Slow roast
little
like the
troll shawarma.
Where's Wolf? There it is. Cast. It needs to do a dexterity saving throw.
It auto fails. It's a corpse.
19,
it's bubbling.
19 fire
There
damage.
you go. This corpse begins to shrivel away and burn into a black nothingness as the regeneration is not fast enough to outpace the fire burning the corpse. The dire troll is officially dead now.
Yay!
And then I'll move and try to just like reform with the group and kind of get away from where I was. With
Go ahead and
people.
roll your d4 for Scorch's ferocity.
Uh, 4.
Okay, so Scorch gets 7 ferocity.
Whoa.
Okay. You would have enough. Didn't use your bonus action, so if you wanted, you could have Scorch use their action to attack the spirit troll.
Before I move away?
You could do it before. You are within 5 feet of it. If you move away with Scorch, you are going to get an opportunity attack unless you use one of the. If he has a feature that allows him to move without invoking an opportunity attack.
But yeah,
It will be at disadvantage. It will be at disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll attack.
Okay.
Before I move away, then, with him. So
Mm-hmm.
is there still 2 on me, or is it just 1?
Just 1. Fearn killed the other
Yeah.
one, and the psychic damage kept it from regenerating.
I don't want to do grapple. Just overwhelming attack on it.
Go for it.
Attack +3 plus 7 to the attack. 12.
12. To hit?
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, I said was that to hit. That doesn't.
Oh
hit.
yes, that was the hit.
That doesn't hit. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry
well, in that case, he'll expend 2 the ferocity, and then I will move away again, like I said to the other group, invoking attack of opportunity with disadvantage because he does have move with whatever.
Move is 1. Move is 1.
Moves is 1.
Moves is 1. Okay, so that is going to be 16 to attack, and that's going to be on you, not Scorch.
Does not hit.
Okay, so the spirit troll's spiritual claws just sort of scratch against the plate on your back, not dealing any damage to you as you get away. All right. Fyrn, you are up. There is this one spirit troll on you right now that is looking bloodied.
Okay, I'm going to do the stuff that I usually do. But this time, my bird is going to take the dodge action, and I am going to do the grounded strikes.
Okay.
Uh,
Go ahead and roll the d4 for your ferocity on Char.
Okay. I got a 1.
Okay, so Char has 4 ferocity.
Okay, but one of
I'm
them
sorry,
died.
actually, yeah, but there's 3 still. There's 2 that are dazed. Everyone keeps forgetting about the 2 dazed ones. There's 3 enemies
Okay.
within sight of Char right now.
Okay, so
You have 4 ferocity.
4 ferocity, which I had 5.
So you're at 9,
minus
so there's
2.
no...
No. I had 5. I used 2 of it, so
Okay.
I was at 3, and that makes 7. So I'm
Yep,
at
so
7.
you're at
right
7
now.
ferocity, yeah.
Okay. Well, now that I know that there's more guys, I might just keep attacking with him, because that seems like the right way to keep it down.
I will say it was probably useful because this thing already has disadvantage against Char if he attacks Char, so the dodge action doesn't really get you much in this situation.
Right. It's just that my 2 ferocity ability
Also,
is
the
better
thing
than my
already-
5 ferocity ability.
Also, the thing already used its reaction, so it doesn't have a reaction right now.
Yep. Okay, I'm just gonna keep using the 2 ferocity one then. I'm just gonna do violent attack, bringing me back down to 5.
Okay.
And we're gonna do a regular old attack here. Dang, Char's really good at rolling high. So that's gonna be a 24 to hit.
That'll definitely hit.
Three plus 9 is 12. So that's gonna be. Do you need the slashing and piercing split?
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, it's 12 damage.
Okay.
And then I go.
Go
So we realized that fire wasn't very good against these guys.
Correct.
So I'm just gonna do regular attacks because that's my bread and butter. I haven't attacked this thing yet, so I don't have any things on it. All right. First roll, 24 to hit.
Hits.
$20 bludgeoning damage, 10 thunder damage.
Ooh.
Good rolls.
Very good.
Getting advantage on my next attack.
Go for it.
28 to hit.
Hits.
Another 20 bludgeoning damage. And 6 thunder damage.
Okay. Still up.
Final strike. With advantage, because I did the sap move again. $22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Using the ability that lets me reroll things. And take the higher. So I get 16 bludgeoning damage and 6 thunder damage.
Sorry, say that again.
16 bludgeoning, 6 thunder.
All right, how do you want to kill this thing?
Yes! So I do the same thing I did on the other one, but I go lower instead of higher this time. So the other one just has like a pair of legs, and this one just has like a pair of arms and head.
Okay, excellent. Because of Hershey's psychic damage on this thing, it does not regenerate and is now just an inert pool of ectoplasm. So you still have, there are 2 there, but there is a solid 42 seconds left on their incapacitation, so that is plenty of time for you all to flee out of this gorge and get back to the hills away from them before they can reactivate to attack you.
If we have 42 seconds, can I take like maybe 5 of those seconds to take a quick glance around the area to see if the troll had any valuables?
Yeah, I'll give you one quick investigation check to see what this troll had on him.
15.
15. Okay.
I mean, I'll settle for like a hunk of meat, you know? Maybe I'll just grab a little bit of spider to go.
All right. Let's see. 15. Sorry, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this because you're not harvesting from it.
Yeah, this would be a very quick glance, you know? I'm not spending a lot of time here.
Yeah. No, you're not going to find much. You're going to find a little bit of meat in its pouch that it has. The meat is very putrid. Not really fit for the consumption of a non-troll.
Sure.
And 3 skulls hanging from ropes on its belt of various species.
Like humanoid species?
Humanoid, almond species.
Alright, I'll grab the skulls. Why not?
Okay. They got 3 almond skulls now. Probably from humans, elves, anyone who is unfortunately captured by this troll.
I'll roll a nature check later. Try to figure it out.
No problem. Okay. But I imagine everyone else is taken off after Fyrn basically takes this thing's belt. And you run off up the gorge, following the path Baron intended for you until you get out of the gorge and into the upper hills, where you know in a couple hours you will be at the temple. And because you took the trolls head on, you have not lost any time by fighting them. So you move through the forest. The ruins are only about an hour away as the sun starts to get low in the sky. You will get there right before sunset. Once you're back in the forest line, you feel a little bit safer. Seems like a lot of the dangers were out in the more exposed areas. There's no trembling, so the creature in the ground did not follow you. The trolls were dealt with. The spirit trolls are likely now just wandering that gorge, haunting it for the rest of time until someone kills them. And you have about an hour. Is there anything anyone would like to do before approaching the ruin? Baron does say, unless there's other things you're going to do, that he's going to go ahead of you guys to scout out the ruin before bringing you to the ruin.
Through a mouth of hardtack. Jacquard's like,
Baron, I'll accompany you. Unlike my companions, I think you'll find I won't give away your position.
Baron does say, I welcome some company. Don't usually have anyone to talk to when I'm ranging, except for myself. And he does have like a little bit of like a madman smile there. Like he spent a lot of nights here.
I'm sure you make for a very pleasant company.
All right.
Yep. When we take this quick stop to allow him to, get ahead, Fyrn is going to reach into his pack and pull out the candles that were given to him last night by Sigil. And he's going to reach back towards the sled and hand them to Bruce and say, I trust Sigil, but we should still see if there's any latent magics, just to see what we're getting ourselves into.
I like this idea.
All right. I want these back.
Yeah, these were yours. I will give them back. That's how that works. Sean, I'm going to cast Identify on these candles.
Okay. The candles, I would say they all look a little bit different. They all seem to have a different colored wax to them. They do remind you of the colors of elemental gems you've seen before. The wax itself is almost like slightly crystallized. Like think the texture of crystallized honey. So they don't look like they would burn well. They almost look like they would like literally burn, not like as a fueled lamp, but like scorched carbon. They're a bit tacky to the touch, but you would need to do an identify for each of them if you wanted to do each of them. But you could do the first one easily enough with the ritual.
I'll just burn my spell slots to.
Baron and Jacquette are probably going to be gone for a little bit, so you have time to. Oh, you're going to use spell slots, so you're going to do them instantaneous. Okay. Okay. These are candles of invocation. They are specifically attuned to the plane of pandemonium.
Pandas.
Which, in your mind, you would understand. You wouldn't know. Actually, give me an Arcana check, just to see if you know what pandemonium is.
At 23.
Okay. So, the first, you actually notice they're actually, not all of them are attuned to pandemonium. 2 of them are attuned to pandemonium. 2 of them are attuned to a plane called limbo. With that 23, you would understand limbo and pandemonium to be outer planes of chaos, of manifest concepts of chaos. They have another name, or at least pandemonium has another name in the research, which is known as din, which is meant to be sort of a chaotic, a realm of pure chaos, associated with elemental manifestations of that chaos. Whereas limbo, sometimes known as Io, is more so known as a somewhat neutral, chaotic but neutral plane of existence. It is going to be more effects like an earthen stone might melt into water that then freezes into a metal and then turns into a diamond that burns up into smoke that then becomes snow in an endless whirlwind of this almost nonsensical transformative properties. Whereas you go to pandemonium as a plane of existence, and it is much more of a cacophony of chaotic destruction, whereas limbo is much more of a neutral chaos that doesn't necessarily manifest in destruction, but more so transformation through material transformation. Whereas pandemonium, it's like, we will transform you through destroying every fiber of your essence and turning it into something else.
And okay. Yeah, okay. I relay that information to Fyrn.
Yeah, but what do the candles actually do?
I'm currently trying to figure that one out.
So the way it works is that within the light of the candles, clerics or druids can cast level 1 spells they have prepared without expending spell slots. Alternatively, when you light the candle for the first time, you can cast Gate with it. Doing so destroys the candle. The portal created by the spell links to a particular outer plane. You would see that as Pandemonium and Limbo. So the day-to-day use for it is for a cleric to be able to cast level 1 spells for free within its light.
How many
for
times?
as long as it burns.
But okay, but lighting it for the first time cascade.
Only if you choose to cascade with it, and all of this requires you to attune to the actual candles.
Oh, you have to be attuned to it too.
Correct. So the candle's magic is activated when the candle is lit, which requires a magic action. After burning for 4 hours, the candle is destroyed. You can snuff it out early for use at a later time. So it's basically you have 4 hours worth of candle time within it.
Gotcha.
That you would be able to cast level 1 spells for free while it is burning.
That's
Don't you also
pretty
have an
good.
advantage on D20 tests?
I don't know what a D20 test is.
Any roll with a D20.
That
crazy.
is legacy
When
candle
you're in, it's
invocation. The new one does not have. Oh wait, no, it does.
It does.
Sorry, I missed that line. Yeah, so it's very strong for clerics
Yeah.
Or druids.
or druids. I'm sorry, I just don't want to knock the druids. It's just there's a cleric here. He's right there.
Look, Dequet's not here, but this is really valuable. I don't know why he just willy-nilly gave us these.
A lot of what he had to say to you was about faith and trust before he left.
Does he want us to just open these portals at each one of these?
He
Sites?
just said to light the candles. He didn't tell you what to do with them beyond that.
Right.
Saskia does remind you all that he said he would give us more information about the exact whereabouts, and maybe we can ask him more questions then.
In an Irish accent.
Good point.
But we should also do what he says because he's our friend.
In an Irish accent.
Exactly right. With a hint of fiendish resolve.
Yes, and a hint of pirate.
Nyar.
I'm Sess, the pirate.
So, as Fyrn as Bruce relayed that to Fyrn, Saskia then says exactly that. Says we should probably wait until he calls us back to ask questions, and we should probably try to trust. We should probably try to trust Sigil.
Yeah, and I give the candles back.
Thank you.
Saskia
Thank
takes
you.
them and says, Ro told me to do it, and runs away. No, I'm just kidding.
She snatches a candle and runs away and tries to reattune it to the hells.
Get
It
her.
would be, actually.
Get her, Char. Rolling that 20.
She's wearing
Oh,
armor.
wait, no, she has armor now. Damn it.
She has armor now.
They cast size reduction on her too.
Oh my god. While you all sit with this somewhat uneasy information about these very powerful candles that Fyrn now has in his bag, Jacquette and Baron sneak up ahead. So Jacquette, give me a stealth roll.
Are we in dim light or darkness?
Oh, absolutely. It's I would say it's dim light as the sun is going to set within the next hour.
Jesus. 22.
22? Okay.
Which I know sounds good, and it is, but
I know.
I had to default to my can't get lower than a 10.
Yeah.
Which is upsetting that is not the first time it's happened on a stealth roll with
Tonight,
advantage.
it's been yeah.
Yes.
Although it's good that you have that feature though, because the dire troll's passive perception was 20.
Yeah.
Okay, so the two of you sneak up through the trees as the sun begins to set, and it's sort of this like dusky purple skies right now, where you can just start to see a little bit of stars through the clouds above. It's very like off-putting though, the way the light is around here. It almost reminds you a bit of like the coloring of the sky is more so from the eclipse than anything else. So it's almost like when you see those pictures from like wildfires where the air is all like red, except it's a much more muted purple light all around. But as you're going through the tree line, you would see in the distance some cinders. There seems to be some remains of light at the ruins. Not full blazing torches or a huge fire, but evidence of somebody having passed through here. The ruins are about, I would say, 100 feet away. There's a tree line that ends about 20 feet from the ruins. Mm-hmm. There's the remains of a circle wall. And then on the inside, you can see the foundation and ruined structure of the tower that you saw before.
Jacques, turning to Baron, goes, all right, looks like someone might have been here previously. Do you see those cinders?
I do. It's very unusual. I've never seen anyone here before.
What's it look like inside the walls? I can't really tell from here.
Well, inside the walls, there's about 30 feet between the walls themselves and the tower. It's a rather small fort, is what it used to be, although the tower went quite high into the sky. I usually stay camped in the tower itself. It provides good cover from the wind, and you can conceal your lights, which is what concerns me about these lights, is that it was not someone resting here and moving on. There seems to have been some kind of longer stay, where they set up torches enough for a perimeter patrol.
Hold your position here. I keep an eye out. I'll be right back. Jacques is going to crouch onto the ground, grip the edges of his cloak, and then spring up into the air with his fly speed of 40 feet, I think. I think I get a little extra with the cloak of the bat. Fly speed of 40 feet, and he's going to basically fly up into the air and then come down on the top of the tower.
Okay. And you dive and you land on the highest point of the sort of half-ruined tower. If you want, you can give me a perception check.
I would love to.
Mm-hmm. I'll even give you advantage because of your high point.
No need, because I rolled a natural 20.
Oh!
26.
26. Okay, excellent. With a 26, you look around and you can see the basically everything here. You could even peek down into the lower levels of the tower because it is very much so a gutted tower. Like it's really just one high wall that then slowly descends on either side until it reaches the base. So you can see down through the broken floorboards of the tower's former levels. With a 26, there are two things that particularly stand out to you. One, you can see the tracking lines, or the tracks of whoever came through here. You can see the direction they kind of generally head in. And two, at the base of the tower, inside of the ring, so on the ground floor of the tower, mixed in with a bunch of detritus, is a huge, bubbling red and black ooze. It doesn't look like the blood ooze of Stormbreaker Landing.
Okay.
This looks more like a deep red with swirls of black in it that are almost ink-like, with like a very, 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 very dim cinder of light at the center of it. You actually almost think like, oh, I thought that was like an old fire in there, but now you see it's actually like the heart of this ooze.
Is that what is giving off the cinder light, or?
Yeah, there are other lights There were other cinders that were more like torches. This is the one that you thought was the leftover of a fire, like a bigger, like campfire.
All right. In which direction did the footsteps go off in?
So the footsteps seem to be heading, I would say, west. And it seems like a pretty big camp move. At least a dozen people that were moving, and you can see some horse tracks actually.
And we're coming from the south?
Correct.
Okay.
So the way it looks, if you're considering what Baron has told you, is like a group of people who are heading west to where Baron has indicated that the quicker path is. That's up the stairs leading to Small Toe. As if this group did not either know about the secret passage up the mountains that Baron's taking you on, or opted to keep moving and go up the other path.
Okay. Gotcha. And from what I can see, it doesn't look like there's any altercation with the ooze in here.
Nope.
All right. Then Jacques is going to more direct, just, jumping off, pushing off from the tower top, gonna fly straight towards Baron and do a little tumble roll as he gets back up, and he goes,
Well, I don't know who's exactly moving around up here, but it seems like a group of a dozen came through with horses and spent time. Their tracks lead westward. But more important to our immediate situation is some sort of ooze at the base of the tower. You ever encounter anything like that? Gesundheit, Fyrn.
An ooze. What?
Thank you.
Any particular features to it?
It was red and black in color, kind of a swirling nature to it, but it had a deep glow within it, like the embers of a fire.
Shit. I've seen this kind of ooze in Samalto.
Oh?
Yeah. I wanted to stay here tonight, but it might not be safe. I don't think this is something that we should take on, necessarily, although if we get the surprise on it, we could probably kill it. But since we have your friend's towers, we don't necessarily need the ruins. This ooze is extremely dangerous. I avoid it at all costs. I have never actually encountered it in a fight, but I've seen it consume other things. It's ravenous. It seems to be a black hole consuming. I'm shocked that these people traversed past it.
Who could possibly be traveling this far north? I thought you were one of the few.
I've never seen tracks of other Allmen in these spots.
Could I lead Baron to the tracks?
Yeah.
Leading him to them, Jacques will be like,
About how long ago do you think they passed through here? Can you tell? I'm not really a survival expert, but I would hope you are.
Got a 24.
24, what do you mean by that?
He looks at you and goes, I got a 24. Let me see what that means. He looks at them and he goes, these must be fresh. The Herald Storm would have covered them if they weren't. They must have moved in the last few days. Perhaps they were camping out here during the storm. Who could it be?
When you say fresh, you mean like a couple days, not like today, right?
No. It would have been at least. These look as though. At least. Actually, no, I take that back. They would be today. Earlier today, these would have been made.
Jacques is immediately going to grip the cloak again. Does the top of the tower look over the trees?
It has a pretty far look into the trees.
All right, Jacques going to go back up there, take out his spyglass, and then look westward with it.
Okay, give me an advantaged perception check.
Yeah. 16.
16. It is a little difficult to pick anything out through the tree line. You even look and you're like, I probably can't get a clear look this far away. I might, and from above the trees, I would need to investigate on foot to maybe find more out. But these folks would have left, Baron would have said, like, this was not even necessarily like this morning. This would have been like maybe like 4 hours ago that they went, given the tracks and the cinders and the torches still.
Let's return to the others and see what they think.
Before we go, come take a look at this.
Oh.
And he pulls you over closer to one of the torches, and like pulls you in to like, so you both keep quiet because you both hear a from the tower as the ooze seems to stir. And he points at the torches, and you can see they do not burn with a regular orange flame, and they don't burn with yellow gold of blessed wort. They burn with a bright crimson red. Like more crimson than a regular, like, charcoal cinders that are already pretty red. Blood red, even, one could say.
And Jacquette's gonna take one, or like snap off like the head to carry it with him, and goes,
We'll have Septimus and Bruce take a look at this. Did we tell you about Lord Raven?
No.
Let's talk about it all together. Come.
Okay. So, I would say overall, the trip for Baron and Jacquette took about an hour to get there and come back.
Baron back again.
There and back. So, when you return to the group, who are resting in wait, as it is getting quite dark, like the sun is at the horizon, about to dip underneath.
coming back,
Jacquette goes, bad news, my friends. It appears we missed the party.
What
I
party?
mean,
There was another group, passed by, left just a few hours ago. From the ruins. About a dozen, with horses.
they left these, and Jacquette's gonna like unceremoniously toss the smoldering torch at Septimus and Bruce's feet. Well, I guess just the whole party's feet.
Yeah. So you see some of these really dark crimson red embers kind of splash off of it on the ground.
Additionally, you can look at that in a moment, but let me finish my bit. There appears to be some dangerous ooze creature Baron has encountered up in Samalto that now makes its lair in these ruins, or is there currently. I don't know if it makes its lair. I guess that's a little presumptuous of me.
What we can tell that is strange about it is that it must have been there or arrived when these people were there. There was no disturbances to show that it arrived after them. And they moved quite close to it and just fine. Me and Jacquette were quite stealthy and it stirred when we were moving about.
Were there any signs of how they got into the city? Perhaps.
Well, this
They
isn't in the
took a-
city yet. This is just in the fort ruin.
So the fort ruin, did they travel by axe beak like us?
Horses from the tracks.
And
Which
by
is
foot.
also strange this far north.
Well, sounds like they must have used some sort of powerful magic. It's the only way I can imagine it being them beating us here.
Well, at first I
Or-
considered it being a shambling undead, but their movements are too organized, and they have no need for torches.
Or it could be more figures related to this Lord Raven. Septimus heard those strange folks chanting about on the road between Stormbreakers and Sercanto.
And so Jacques will briefly fill in Baird on what we saw, and then I asked Moira about it, leader of the Veil Guard, and she had no idea, though she pointed us in the way of the hags, which I had nothing else to offer that bitch, so I stayed away.
It's interesting. I've only ever ranged into Simulto. Didn't range on the roads that you came through. And I only traveled as needed. So perhaps there are other communities isolated throughout the Gosu Highlands that are not quite dead yet. They're not quite on the side of the living.
Damn
What
oozes.
should we do?
I hate that kind. Bros, you got any more explosives? It worked the last time.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know if we want to be wasting our resources on this right now. Let's focus on getting to Samalto and the real challenges ahead. You know, the Herald, an undead Drake, a dead god, a god-killing weapon. What else am I forgetting? No, I think that's about it,
You don't suppose that this creature that was left behind isn't connected to the people in any way?
It could be.
If it is, why would someone leave such a powerful creature behind when you're going into such a dangerous realm?
I don't know that oozes really travel that quickly. Additionally,
Why
I don't
bring
know
it?
if I don't know if they answer to it or it answers to them. It may also just be a product of them. Maybe they brought some darkness with them, and out of that this ooze manifested. There's a myriad of explanations here, but I don't think that we should be focused on the ooze itself in dealing with it, and more the
I agree.
implications of it.
Well, the implications show to me that whatever this thing is, it was brought there for a reason, and I think that reason is protecting something.
Again,
Why-
we don't know it was brought there. We know that it is there, and that this group of people were also there.
Well, there's
Because
only one way to
there's
find
no-
out.
Sure, and I'm saying that I don't know if it's worth finding out.
If it wasn't for your friend's towers, I would say we would need to clear this ooze out of the ruins for a safe place to rest. But we don't need the ruins. Sure, I did have a cache there I wanted to get some extra resources from, but I don't think it's worth encountering this ooze if we can sneak by quietly, rest here even, and then travel up the mountain tomorrow. The thing that concerns me is the trajectory of this group of people. If they're heading out to the other road, then they have a head start on us. They are traveling at night, which is insane. If they're not all dead by the morning, they will make it to Simulto before us. Not to say they have anything that is going to compete with our endeavors there, but it's just something to keep in the mind that this group seems to be heading to Simulto. I could be wrong. I have just as much information as you all about their motives, but if they're cultists of some kind, and the Herald has just received his first challenge in 20 years, I don't know.
How many days are we from Samalto?
Well, we are an hour away from the ruins, which is another hour from the base of the mountain. It's just climbing up from there. It depends on how fast we can climb. We'll probably either get there in one day or have to do one mountainside camping.
I've got a wild idea. Looking at Saskia, you think you could scry on these guys with these torches?
She gives her classic Saskia smile, and says something witty in an Irish accent.
Is that a yes or a no?
It was an affirmative wit. Affirmative wit comes.
No, she can't.
Never mind. I take
she
that
can't?
back.
You need to know.
You didn't need to know the target. I just need to know of the target. You've
Or
heard
if
of
you
the
have
target.
something of theirs.
And if you have something of theirs, it lowers the DC. They would get +1 to their save modifier because secondhand, and then you have a
No, they
another
would get
possession.
+5.
So they have +5
save.
and then -4, and then which gives them +1 total.
I mean,
Minus any wisdom save they already have.
I guess that's up to Sean if this is a possession.
I would consider it a possession. Because it's just the way it's written, garment or other possession, to me feels like any mundane object that was interacted with that was from them, and they would have possessed these torches and lit them here. So I would allow you to do that.
Oh,
Because I mean, I don't, unless there's some other reason on here.
well, I mean, there's something that I'm realizing looking at this spell is that Saskia doesn't have a focus worth 1,000 gold pieces. Though she has used the spell before, so I don't know what we did for that. I mean, Jacquette does have a potion of scrying.
That's true.
I was gonna say, I mean,
I would also
Personally,
allow. You guys have
I
enough. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, from a DM perspective, this doesn't make sense to me because we don't have a target. We just have people. There's no specific name that we can put to them. You know, it's not like I am scrying on cultist number
No,
one.
you're right. You're right. Yeah. I think one of two things. One, I would be totally fine hand waving the 1,000 silver piece item, just saying that she has to spend that money and have purchased something essentially at Sercanto for that. Mainly because we've at this point hedged a lot of the trajectory of the party on these scries, that I would be fine with that. Two, I do agree there isn't really a target here that you know of or have a secondhand knowledge of. There is, like Stefan said, a vague amount of cultists potentially or travelers. The only way that I would allow a scry here is specifically for you to go back to the fort and for Saskia to literally find a single set of tracks that can be identified as a single set of tracks, not 7 tracks over each other, to consider a secondhand stand-in for the target. But not the torch. The torch I would not allow as a current possession. And I also it would be a randomized chance of it being a possession of those singular tracks. That would be how I would allow scry to be used here.
All right.
And that would not be, most likely they would have a +5 modifier there, with their regular save on it. So it's a tough scry, is what I would say.
Right. I don't think it's worth it personally.
And then with that in mind, no.
Should we
But
just set up
Yeah,
shop?
because that's literally
Tower?
going to the ruins and using a verbal spell with a strong ooze very close
And
by.
sitting there for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Probably not worth it.
But I'll cast Identify on
On the torch?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, I can maybe offer another option. What if we decided to not rest and follow them into the night up the mountain? Try and catch them before they reach the Malta.
No, that's too dangerous. Have you listened at all to Baron? Going up that route throws us into the heart of the undead. At night, with unknown cultists. That's an unnecessary risk, Fyrn.
We don't know what they're doing.
Well,
might...
the Identify spell from Bruce will probably give us a little bit of a clue on what kind of magic they're using, which can help us identify their motives.
Bruce, why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah, I'm trying. People keep talking.
Okay, Bruce, you identify the torch.
Sir.
Excellent. So you can identify this as what I will call a fell torch. And the effects that you see when you're studying this with your magical utensils, because like I remember, we recall you have like a whole toolkit that you use for these identifies. And like the time you identified the elemental gem and you were doing little tests on the material, you do little tests on the material of these cinders, which you do notice, like, absolutely, the first property you identify, this type of fire burns much longer than a regular fire. Second, this fire seems to sap life from surrounding organisms. You even notice just like a little bit of, everyone feels a little more dehydrated with this torch around them. There's a little bit of a draining effect. You almost feel colder, even though it's a heated object. And they are used in rituals, specifically to harness the power, the consuming power of the Shadowfell. Which you can give me another Arcana check to see what you know about the Shadowfell.
Yeah, I was just about to ask that. I will happily do that. Ooh, that's really good. Give myself another +5 to that one. You're bringing it up to a 32.
32. Okay, you smart boy. The Shadowfell is a plane of existence that there's not a lot known about. Most of the knowledge of the Shadowfell has come from contemporary research that has specifically been done in Gwenvalier. A lot of knowledge of the Shadowfell came out of the Pallid conflict, and it is a pretty fresh area of research in interplanar naturalists' circles. But it is quite well known amongst those circles now that it is a all-consuming plane, that it is a cancerous plane, that the denizens of that plane, if you can call them that, are pure purpose is consumption of everything around it. Particularly notable is the class of Shadowfell entities that are the only known Shadowfell entities to have sentience, which are Dreadlords, otherwise known as Scaithfulum.
Ooh.
32. Early life forms, early larval states of Scaithfulum form as oozes.
I'd like to imagine Bruce just goes on a rant about that.
Yeah.
Like he just read this one obscure book in
Yeah.
in Sigel's library.
Absolutely. And I'll even say it maybe like it first like dings with you because you remember a really like small passage in Timothy Chalamet's Guide to Interplanar Magic that was like in big red letters at the bottom of a chapter. Do not travel to the Shadowfell. Do not contact the Shadowfell. The Shadowfell will consume you. Do not. No, just so many warnings against the Shadowfell.
So Timothy's been around only recently. It's a new publication.
There's actually like a little addendum at the bottom that's like resource provided by Wiswick, Bilgrue, Farlight, Yell, and Gentry, Pedry, Netherrock.
Yes, there's been studies published by both Wiswick and Sarathil into the Shadowfell, I would say, in the libraries of the world.
Yeah, we had that cool little sword, right?
Yeah. With quotes from Curon being like, "It was literally the worst experience of my life. Don't ever go there. They will drain your memories and age you beyond what you thought possible."
Yeah, because even Sarathil would understand it as like the natural cosmic enemy to Athromenos and the Mother. So yeah, Bruce goes on a rant about all the things that I just said to Bruce.
So we should probably kill it.
Good. About those
Wow.
bombs.
Yeah, I've got that covered.
And I think with that, or go ahead.
And Saskia goes, "Good thing we just took a short rest."
Yeah, everyone except for Jacquette was able to get a short rest. Of course, you could take another one if you wanted to.
No, Jacquet doesn't need one.
Yeah.
We gotta get
Saskia needed one because we use spells.
Yeah.
Did anyone?
Fyrn
some people took damage.
Fyrn took damage.
Yeah, I can heal it up.
And Sal also took damage, and he can use his hit dice to heal as well.
Do I know if those that are of Scathelum are vulnerable to radiant damage?
That's a good question. You know that they are.
Okay, got it.
It's one of the few things that's known about them as a weakness is that they are vulnerable to radiant damage. They are not really vulnerable to anything else, and they have a lot of resistances.
I got this, guys.
Let's hope
All
the
right.
septitis does not persist past this session. Well, you started off in a good place. You were bragging a little too much in the beginning. That's why it left you.
That's why I turned on.
Exactly what happened.
Alrighty, but with the mention of Bruce and his bombs and your short rests, we will end there and start next session with eliminating this larval Scathelum.
The scabe fuel.
The
The scaby.
All right, folks. Thank you for joining us here in Paradise. We're gonna call it there. We'll catch you next time in Aradune. Bye.
Bye.